Tampa. And he's looking up Tyrann Mathieu. He's like, what you want, young son? I'm free. I'm free. I say what I want to say.
Man, Bart, this was fun. I'll see you tomorrow.
Holla.
The new ESPN app, now with ESPN Plus. Baseball, hockey, soccer, and college football. You want more? I hope so. Because with Plus, you get new films, shows, and docs. The new ESPN app. Download now and sign up for ESPN Plus today.
In every relationship, there's a short list of forgivable offenses, but missing the most romantic day of the year isn't one of them. Valentine's is here, so don't wait. Head to 1-800-Flowers.com today. Right now, 1-800-Flowers has a last-minute offer for our listeners. Get 24 multicolored roses for $34.99 or upgrade to 24 red roses for $10 more. All roses from 1-800-Flowers are picked at their peak, cared for every step of the way, and shipped fresh to ensure lasting beauty. Order now and get 24 multicolored roses for $34.99 or upgrade to 24 red roses for $10 more. Get right to the romance this Valentine's and find a way to wow with 1-800-Flowers.com. To order 24 multicolored roses for $34.99 or upgrade to 24 red roses for only $10 more, go to 1-800-Flowers.com, click the radio icon, and enter code BART. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, code BART. Hurry! Offer expires Wednesday.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Simmons with a quick move down the lane and a left-hand jab. So Simmons very aggressive early on.
The Sixers are in Sacramento to face the Kings. Tonight, coverage begins at 10 p.m. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN.
The COVID-19 pandemic continues to weigh on us all, but we can turn worry into action. Wear a mask and keep 6 feet of space between yourself and others in public. Wash your hands often and stay home if you're sick. Go to cdcfoundation.org to learn more.
On some models excludes Corvette with GMF financing. Excludes prior sales. See dealer for details. It's President's Day all month long at Bennett Chevrolet with our biggest, boldest, best deals ever. Saving you up to 25% off MSRP on brand new vehicles. Right now, Bennett Chevy is selling brand new vehicles at GM supplier employee pricing. Plus, you keep all the rebates that can save you as much as 25% off MSRP. But there's even more ways to save with 0% financing available. Plus, if you're looking for pre-owned, Bennett will pay you a minimum $7,000 for your trade towards any pre-owned in stock. That's a minimum $7,000 for your trade, no matter its condition. Imagine how much more you'll get for a good trade. And once you've dealt with our non-commissioned sales team, you'll rave about the wonderful experience with no need to negotiate and no hassles, because our team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. It's President's Day all this month at Bennett. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
A message from your neighbors and friends at First Bank. We've been serving residents and businesses of Sea Isle City and the surrounding communities for more than 130 years. Today's challenges, while unique, are another opportunity to show our strength and resilience. Our commitment to you remains strong. Whether it's using our drive-through services, bank by phone, the First Bank mobile app, or online banking, we're staying strong with you. Be safe and be secure. First Bank, here for you.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Well, as the world's blandest man, the idea of insurance made for me is almost riveting.
Big fan of beige?
I find other neutrals too unpredictable.
That's cool. Liberty Mutual's just here to protect your home with customized insurance.
And here we've got my doorstop collection.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Chrissy is refinancing her home, so she shopped around for the lowest rate and found it at AmeriSave.com, setting her up for a lifetime of savings. It's one decision she'll never regret, unlike wearing tap shoes to a surprise party.
Sorry, guys. Just trying to find the perfect hiding place.
Pretty regrettable, Chrissy. Unlike finding that low mortgage rate at AmeriSave.com that's got you on your way to a lifetime of savings. AmeriSave's rates won't be this low forever, so go to AmeriSave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings. Call 866-514-SAVE or visit AmeriSave.com/licensing for cost information, terms, and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all states except New York. NMLS number 1168.
KFC's Colonel Sanders here. We all love sitting down to a home-cooked meal with family, but there's rarely enough hours in the day to do the cooking. So let me do the cooking for you. Well, not me personally, that's just a turn of phrase. Your KFC will do the actual cooking. The point is, let someone else do the home cooking for you. Come to KFC and pick up a $20 fill-up. That's 8 pieces of chicken or 12 tenders and all the fixings to feed your family. Order ahead at KFC.com. Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. $20 fill-up not available with delivery. Tax and substitutions extra. Delivery service and additional fees may apply.
What do you want to da-da-da? What do you want to da-da-da? I have no idea what to da-da-da. We could switch to Progressive da. Oh, yeah? We could switch to Progressive and sa. Okay. We could sa and have to buy some za. Oh, yeah. Let's switch to Progressive da and get some za with the money we saw. Yeah. Now we know we're going to da-da-da.
These days, nothing is normal and everything is weird. But you could still save big when you switch to Progressive. It might just be the most normal thing you da-da-da.
Quote to da at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You have the choice, whether it's going out for dinner or ordering takeout at a local restaurant or buying that new outfit from a local boutique. Those choices help to put money back into your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey puts a spotlight on local businesses.
Ambient Comfort Heating and Cooling Professionals. AmbientComfortNJ.com.
Filling Marble and Tile Outlet, Philadelphia Avenue and Route 30 in Egg Harbor City. FillingMarble.com.
Dennisville Fence, serving you since 1952. Be the envy of your neighborhood.
East Coast Roofing, Siding, and Windows services all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up. Call East Coast today at 609-646-1444. Online at eastcoastroofing.com.
Comfort Now by Bob McAllister. Improve the comfort in your home. Call 609-400-1005 and ask about discounts and rebate incentives. Visit iwantcomfortnow.com.
Thank you for supporting your local businesses. From Town Square Media, South Jersey.
The radio home of the 76ers.
Oh, boy, what a move by Embiid.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJHD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
A Sports Bash Tuesday begins right now here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill, Hunter Brody. I'm Mike Gill at Mike Gill Show. That's Hunter Brody at Brodes 81 as we take you through a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And, of course, you can watch the show live on our website, 97.3ESPN.com. Got a great show planned for you today. Very busy. By the way, to start things off, some news on the Flyers. Their game tonight has been postponed due to COVID-19 protocols, so the Flyers will not play tonight. They will not play Thursday. They will not play Saturday, and hopefully they're back on the ice on Sunday. So no Flyers tonight. That was a 6 o'clock game against the Caps, which is now going to be postponed. So we'll start with that, and then, of course, the Sixers play the Kings tonight. And you can hear that game at 10 o'clock on 97.3 ESPN. But all roads lead back to the Eagles. And Carson Wentz, the sand is going through the hourglass, Brodes. The sand is going through the hourglass.
Every morning when I wake up, first thing I do, all right, let me refresh this Twitter feed. Let me see if I saw it or not. Every morning, that's what I think about. Every time I go on my phone, I think, am I going to refresh my Twitter feed and see it? That's all I think about when I hit that phone. I mean, we know it's coming. That's why.
Life as we know it now.
Yeah, 2021. Refresh that Twitter feed. But we know it's coming, so we're just kind of anticipating it to drop.
We know it's coming. And look, here's the thing. We know it's coming. And it's like as the day, like yesterday, you're like, I'm okay with it. Like as the days go on, is it more seeping in? Like, I don't know. Do I really want this?
I don't want this, but I know it needs to be done. Right? At this point, there is no going back. So I don't want this. If this was what you told me was going to happen a year ago, I'd be crushed. And I am still crushed that it's happening. But you just got to recognize there's no going back.
Can anybody out there, yourself included, can anybody out there come up with a scenario where this can be fixed?
I'd be shocked. I'd be willing to listen. I'd be willing to hear this. But I would be stunned if someone came out with some sort of hypothetical that made me go, you're right. You have it. You have the answers. Call Howie Roseman, call Carson Wentz and make this happen. I'd be shocked if someone had the answer.
Like, I've been trying to think about this is there something that can be done to salvage this situation? And this is what I've come up with, Brodes. See if this is way off base.
is Nick Sirianni, like, can he fix this? Did they hire him with the intention of fixing this? And now he's not even being given the opportunity to try to fix it. You know, Andrew Brandt said on a podcast a couple of weeks ago, Deshaun Watson's not happy. But Ron Wolf, the former Hall of Fame GM with the Packers, said, I don't care if they're not happy in February. Tell me if they're not happy in December. Then I'll be worried. Are the Eagles caring too much that Wentz is unhappy in February? Should they give Nick Sirianni the chance? Or is there an underlining message here that Nick Sirianni, too, does not want to work with him?
I don't think it's that one. I do not think it's Nick Sirianni doesn't want the opportunity to, because when he was hired, I feel that was still a discussion. I think this whole Carson Wentz is out of town thing really picked up after Nick Sirianni was hired. And I guess I was kind of brainstorming in my head when you said, is there a solution? Maybe the solution is, and we talked about the lack of relationship that this man creates, maybe the one solution is get rid of Howie Roseman.
So,
and I'm not saying that's if you're the owner and you have a quarterback that says get rid of the GM, I'm not saying the right move is listen to the quarterback. That's a tough situation to be in.
We under the understanding, everybody out there listening or watching, however you're consuming today's show, are we under the understanding that Jeffrey Lurie has chosen Howie Roseman over everybody? Is that ultimately how we all feel?
I think the answer to that question is yes. Do you feel that way as well?
It's a hard one.
It is.
That's a pretty big allegation.
Yeah, that's a big statement for sure. But I feel it does feel that way. It does look that way.
Yeah, like he was presented all different roads, and all the roads led to, we don't want Roseman. We're not going to stay unless Roseman's gone. Here's the problem. The precedent of that happening before led Lurie down a road he did not like. And now he's saying, no, I had someone tell me that this guy was the problem, and that guy was wrong.
Well, was he wrong? We don't know.
Well, you heard what Jason Kelce said yesterday. This guy got locked in a hallway. I never saw him for a year. And when he came out, you got this big parade.
Yeah, but you also got the biggest downfall in Eagles history collapsing.
You think that. Again, we've gone through this before. You and fans think that. Jeff Lurie, the owner of the team, says, we won the division. We went to the playoffs 2 times in a row. You think that's a downfall. They would say, playoff football is big for business. We were there. I don't care how we got there. We were there.
So why is Doug Peterson fired? If they're happy enough with what Doug Peterson
Doug
gave
Peterson
them,
said, I can't work with that guy. And the owner has been put into that ultimatum before. Okay, you can't work with Howie Roseman? I'll throw him down in the janitor's closet, and I'll let you take over. And how'd that go for him?
Well, you say it all the time. It's not like the Chip Kelly won 10 games both times. Now, it did get ugly, and obviously he was getting rid of guys that shouldn't have been getting rid of. But just because you did it for and it didn't work with that person in Chip Kelly, it doesn't mean that that's a recipe for failure, because you just maybe had the wrong guy in Chip.
I'm not saying that it's a recipe for failure. I'm saying Jeff Lurie has a couple of precedents. One, this is a winning organization under his tenure. How many losing seasons has Jeff Lurie been in charge of?
Not many.
Not many. So he's saying, I have a winning formula. The one time I deviated from my winning formula was the worst of the worst that we've ever had. Maybe not record-wise, but in that building, Chip Kelly had to go. And I listened to Chip Kelly, and it bit me.
Well, maybe record-wise, this team isn't going to be the worst statistically, but inside the NovaCare complex, it's got to be just as messy as it was with Chip Kelly. Wouldn't you think right now where we are today? Maybe not record-wise, obviously coming off the Super Bowl, but internally, the Chip Kelly era was a disaster. You could argue you're probably in a similar boat right now, inside.
You could, and look, Jeff Lurie, to me, is a guy that is very almost regimented. Like, we've done this. This is the way we've done things. This is the way we want to keep doing it. To the point when he said, hey, we went a little off script in 2018 and 2019. We saw a window, and we said, let's do stuff that we wouldn't normally do. Joe Banner brought it up on the podcast with the Inside the Birds guys, that they did stuff that was out of character. Brandon Graham, they would never have given Brandon Graham an extension. The reason they gave that bar is
I know, right in your eyes. It's like I can kind of see you. I kind of can't. Yeah.
He's got a light right in his face, and it's like I'm trying to look over the light. So whatever. You gonna fix that?
Yeah, I'll play around with it while you give us your spiel.
So it's not like we have like lighting and technicians and audio.
No, I got a light bulb shining in my face for 4 hours. It's incredible. I'm blind by the time I drive home.
Oh, sorry. Apparently we're too loud for the recorder over there. All right. I didn't really do all that much, but apparently it was much better. So the precedent for this organization, Joe Banner said they went off script. They did things that they normally would not do. You know, in 2018 and 2019, when they signed Brandon Graham, when they gave an extension to a guy like Alshon Jeffrey, he said it. Those are things that they would normally, the Philadelphia Eagles organization would not do. So they have deviated from the script, and it's got them to this point.
Well, if they get back on their script and it starts working again, then I will believe it when I see it. It's just hard for me to trust this organization based off of the downfall that we're in right now with the head coach, the quarterback, for it to fall apart so quickly. So I agree with what you're saying, and they did kind of do things that isn't normally what they do. So if they find a way to get back on track, I'm in that show me, prove it to me. Hey, Ben Simmons, you're a different player. Prove it to me in the playoffs. That's kind of how I have the feeling right now with the Eagles. Fine, get back on track and prove it, but I think it's fair to not have a lot of faith just based off of where we are 3 years after the Super Bowl.
This was Sal Paolantonio. He'll be on Friday's show. You remember what Sal said last week? Oh, my wife won't let me on. Well, it looks like his wife's going to let him because one of the reasons is he believes that Carson Wentz will not be a Philadelphia Eagle by Friday when he is scheduled to come on. So this was Sal Pal this morning on 97.3 ESPN on the KJZ show.
I think it's going to be tough to put that proverbial toothpaste back in the tube. I think there's too much that he has to repair, Carson Wentz, in his own locker room and with the body politic, as I like to call it, in Philadelphia, in the city that likes to shove you back. So it's going to be really difficult to put it all back together in Philly for Carson Wentz. That's why I think they're desperate to get him out of town. If Howie Roseman can get a first-round pick for Carson Wentz, and color me skeptical on that right now because I'm not sure that's going to happen, or else it would have happened already. But if he can get one from the Bears or the Colts, the 20th pick or the 21st I think they have, if he can get that, hey, get him in the limousine and take him to the airport and get yourself a first-round pick.
Sal Powell on KJZ today, Sal Powell with us on Friday. So essentially he's saying if he can get a first-round pick, then Roseman should get a handshake. In other words, but he also said, I don't color me skeptical that could happen. Like he thinks this first-round pick stuff could be being inflated.
Yeah, and it does seem that way, right? Because you're right. If what we've seen and the things thrown out there with the Bears first-round pick, don't you think the move would have been made already? What are you waiting for? They got to get this done before the new year starts, right? That's a big part of this $10 million addition to his contract. You got to move him rather quickly. So if that's on the table, why would the Eagles be waiting? Don't you think that's a little out there? Like, you got to get this 10.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want to be playing around with this $10 million that's going to be a part of that next year's contract for Carson Wentz. You got to move him
So
soon.
if one of these two teams is actually offering you a first-round pick, you're saying you would have already closed this deal.
Absolutely. I'm not buying that Howie's trying to wait for 2 first-rounders. I think that's being a little bit too optimistic. And you got to be skeptical of these leaks because you know they're happening. You know this is a real thing on both sides, Colts side, Bears sides, and the Eagle side as well. So just be skeptical of what you're reading out there because there's a lot of information being thrown out there to try and move around the package, if you will.
Let's fire up the comments from the listeners and the viewers out there. John is watching on YouTube. Says, won't find a bigger Carson defender than me, but I've had enough. I believe he's going to thrive once gone, but it's a mess. Hopefully Eagles do a better job moving forward.
I thought Mosher brought up an interesting point because of the pressure, and I'm saying yesterday on Football at 4, that is, if you go to the Bears, how much more pressure is involved by everybody in that organization? Matt Nagy, is he going to get fired? That offense last year was putrid. Compared to how much more comfortable Frank Reich is in Indianapolis, it's not as much of a, hey, you're on your last straw kind of thing, and how much that impacts Carson next season. Not that I care, to be honest with you, but in terms of him because everyone asks, do you think he'll succeed elsewhere? I do think it matters where he goes.
Well, he goes to the Bears. I mean, Allen Robinson's a free agent. That's a big-time receiver, though, that he could pair himself up with. But if Robinson bolts, then
I think it's more the pressure on Nagy. You got to get this thing right. There's just a lot of pressure on these guys.
Go to Indianapolis. T.Y. Hilton's a little older. They don't really have that big number one target there.
No. But I'm more looking at it from...
It's a much better town for him.
Definitely. Organization standpoint. Where's each organization? One team, you might be firing your head coach in one season if Matt Nagy fails, and the other team is you have a little bit more space to work with.
This is in ours, Letis, I think. I don't know how to say that, but I tried. Watching on YouTube. Says, every Eagles fan now is refreshing Twitter, hoping for a Wentz trade. Starts to get annoying already. Well, guess what? Be prepared to be annoyed because a trade of this magnitude, here's the thing, though, and a trade of this magnitude doesn't happen often, but there's so many options out there. So if you're the Colts or you're the Bears, you could say, all right, we don't like what you're asking for. We'll call the Jets. We'll call Houston. We'll call San Francisco.
I do feel, and maybe I'm wrong, Carson Wentz, though, is on a scale higher than Jimmy Garoppolo, on a scale higher than Sam Darnold. So don't you think that there's more intrigue because the upside is there? Because if you're telling me Deshaun Watson, Wentz, Darnold, and Jimmy Garoppolo, I think Watson will be too much of a package. Wentz is almost like that perfect fit of you might have to give up a first rounder or maybe not, but you get that upside. The upside is there compared to a Garoppolo and Darnold where I don't know if the upside is as high.
If the Eagles ended up trading Wentz and got almost like a deal that they made for Goff, and they traded Wentz away and got the 2 picks back with Garoppolo. And they said, look, Garoppolo's going to be the guy.
So you're getting 2 first rounders and Garoppolo?
You basically did the same deal. Wentz is Stafford in this deal, and Garoppolo is Goff.
I would say absolutely, because I feel if you would do something like that, you'd get a second-round pick in Garoppolo. That's what you might be getting if you're lucky.
But I guess the point I'm making is you are now trading Wentz away. Yeah, you're getting 2 picks, but your quarterback is now Jimmy Garoppolo.
See, the thing is, if you get rid of Wentz and you rock with Hurts, to me, that's a stopgap guy. Jimmy Garoppolo, you'd have a stopgap guy. You wouldn't have like a legitimate, insane franchise. I'm going to take you to the Super. You don't have that guy.
The Super Bowl.
I know he did, but that's because of Kyle Shanahan and the whole entire scheme, and the defense was lethal. But you're right, he did get to the Super Bowl. I would look at Jimmy G as a serviceable quarterback that buys you time for you to be competitive until you figure out what you're going to do with the quarterback position.
Chris Gilbert's watching on Facebook. He says, I'm dreaming over here, but can we trade Wentz straight up for Quentin Nelson? No,
I do not think that's a reality.
And one of the reasons is that I don't think you're in a situation to be like, hey, we want one of your players. You might say, we want to give you one of our players that we no longer want here. It's not, hey, we want to trade Wentz because we're looking for a premier offensive lineman. That's not how this is happening. Like, you're in a position of strength, but you're also in a position of weakness. They know you want to trade Wentz because he's not happy. The problem is you're not trading Wentz at the top of his game. So the other team, the Colts in this case, are saying, we feel like we can get something here, but we're not going to give you Nelson to get that.
Right. And they
wouldn't know you have weakness here.
Absolutely. You know that you can get that for a smaller package. I do wonder if it's going to be a player and a pick, though, or if it's just going to be a pick. I'm really intrigued by what's the package. And then, the one person said everyone's reaching on Twitter every morning to see what's happening and refreshing things. What happens once the trade goes down? Then it's, okay, what does this mean now? It only intensifies once the move is done.
When the Eagles traded McNabb to Washington, that was like a shocking deal. And it was like, did you get enough in return? Because now you traded him in the division. That kind of made you feel different about. There were so many people who were ready to move on from McNabb. And then when he got traded, it was like, well, you traded him in the division? What were you thinking? It was kind of like what you said, like once the compensation went down and you saw where he went, that started a whole nother firestorm.
Yeah, so there's definitely going to be one coming, but it's major to see what Howie Roseman gets in return here. And I guess I'm starting to feel less optimistic of a first rounder, but maybe I'm getting sucked into the leaked reports on all sides. But I don't know if it's going to be what we maybe thought yesterday when we were talking.
Well, I feel like things have kind of like settled down a little bit. Like it seemed like this was imminently happening, and it could happen by the end of the day. I'm not saying that it won't, but it seems that things have got real hushed all of a sudden. Don't you feel that way?
Maybe it's because they're going back and forth. The Indianapolis Colts are playing hardball.
Well,
you think I'm giving you this?
What does the quiet nature of this situation indicate?
naturally, I would say things are, like you said, they're kind of quieting down a bit. Not to the point of it's not going to happen, but both sides are kind of holding their own, and they want to make sure they get the best package possible. But you can also look at it as maybe they're dotting the I's. Maybe they're really crossing the T's and dotting the I's, and that's why it's quiet.
If that, maybe.
You'd be hearing more noise.
Well, I feel like there would be more leaks coming out of the Eagles side trying to get some last-second offers in. If there was like, this is imminent, this is the deal, these are the participants, and that would be the Eagles' way of saying to other teams, wait, that's all they need to give up? Let me make a call.
That's a good point. Right.
And I don't see any of that happening right now.
Well, when we hear that it's going to happen soon, it's going to happen as early as next week, it's close, don't you feel that something is about to pop off?
Saturday, I felt like this was, and look,
you texted me on Sunday. You said if it drops today, like you almost thought it was going to happen on Super Bowl Sunday.
My point, I thought because Josh took off Monday that would be the day, because the last time he took off, Peterson got fired and we got bamboozled, just crushed by the reaction, and we didn't really have anybody to produce anything. So that's why I figured, that's the day it's going to happen. Now that that's come and gone, now it feels like things have just kind of hit a halt all of a sudden. And I'm trying to Andrew Brandt was on KJZ this morning, and he had a pretty interesting thing that he said. And it occurs to me that he's like, remember, he was on the show. And for those of you who remember the interview we did with Andrew Brandt, his point was, look, the cap hit is too big. The dead money is too big. Like, you just need to fix him. But this is what he had to say this morning on KJZ.
As a cap manager, someone who managed the financial side of a team for 11 years, I just don't get this idea that teams would take on these massive, massive dead money hits for players no longer there. And the reason it happens is NFL economics allows you to prorate and push out option bonuses and signing bonuses to the tune of, for Carson Wentz, $34 million, which is just a massive, massive amount with a diminished cap coming up. So my feeling was they're not going to do that. Now, it looks like I'll be proven wrong on that one, because the relationship seems fractured beyond what I could even believe, where they may take on that massive hit on a $180 million cap. $34 million for a player who won't be there if they can get the right trade for Wentz.
His point is basically, as a cap manager, I can't justify this. Isn't that what Howie Roseman is best at? So for them to get to the point where Roseman has also tapped out and succumbed to this, that's what opened my eye about that comment.
Definitely. But I also wonder, has it all changed? Copycat league, the Rams doing it. Look at the way they have their salary cap. I'm not saying that's the recipe for success, but I feel that he was so strong about his point, which I thought was very, very valid and very logical, and he would support all of the reasons why he felt that way.
Who?
Andrew Brandt.
Okay.
I'm just saying I respect it so much, but I feel like maybe in his time when he was in the front office, it would just never happen. But because the league has maybe changed a bit, teams are more accustomed to doing it, where maybe because when he was in the offices, it just wouldn't. But now things have kind of changed. I'm not making it seem that that's right, by the way. I'm just because he was so strong on his point in his time, no one would ever fathom it. It would just never be fathomed. But now you're just seeing teams kind of operate that way.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where, like Andrew Brandt brought up before, like if guy's not happy, fine.
I heard that whole thing.
He's not happy in February. Okay, fine. But are the Eagles also acknowledging that this can't be fixed? And what I'm trying to find out is if they have come to terms with that, do they not find the other party accountable? Or are the Eagles just telling you this is Carson Wentz's fault?
So when you say the other party is not being held accountable, are you saying Jeffrey Lurie and Howie and the Eagles, or are you saying Carson?
Well, who is it? Who is he mad at? Who is he not? Why does he want to leave?
Outside looking in, it seems to be Howie Roseman.
Okay. So if you're the owner and you are being told he doesn't want to play with Howie Roseman, is he saying, I think Wentz is in the wrong?
I think he's saying it might be easier. He'll tell you exactly what you tell me all the time. Jeffrey Lurie will look at his track record and say, well, Howie Roseman's been here since, 2002 or so, in that range, early 2000s. Look at my track record. I'll keep him, and I'll find another quarterback. That's how he would approach it. I feel that Jeffrey Lurie would look at the past with Howie Roseman in charge and say, well, Howie Roseman has been with me for X amount of years. This is our success. I'll take my shot with Howie over the quarterback. That's how he would probably approach it.
Right. Is that the message that everybody is seeing out there? That's kind of where we started this, and it's like a Seinfeld episode. We kind of worked ourselves all the way back to that, is that the organization is essentially saying, we don't agree with what Carson Wentz is saying, right?
Maybe he sees where he's coming from. Maybe they look at it as, and I'm saying Jeffrey Lurie specifically, understands where Carson Wentz is coming from. It's not as if, oh, this guy's just a loser. He's not prepared right. He's not properly handling the situation. I don't think it has to be a full 100% negative on Wentz, but maybe if you're weighing the pros and cons, it came down to a really tough decision, and then ultimately they decided to stay with Howie. It doesn't mean just because they don't go with Carson that they fully despise everything Carson did.
I'm saying, do they put more trust in Howie than they do Wentz?
Well, when you say they, it's one man. And if it only comes down to that one man's opinion, then it seems, yes, that is the case.
Adam Schefter, ESPN NFL insider, was on KJZ. He said this about Nick Sirianni.
They fired Doug Peterson for a multitude of reasons, one of which was the relationship that he and Carson Wentz had. I mean, they went weeks without talking to each other. But beyond that, again, when they hired Nick Sirianni, they didn't hire Nick Sirianni to fix Carson Wentz. That's not why they hired Nick Sirianni. They hired Nick Sirianni because they felt he was the best head coach to lead this team forward, to help whichever quarterback was on the roster as the starter, and to get this team back to where it feels like it belongs in the postseason. Was Carson Wentz a part of those conversations? It came up. But again, they didn't make the decision to hire him based off Carson Wentz in any way.
All right, that was Adam Schefter on KJZ. So he's saying, by the way, that him and Wentz didn't talk for weeks.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Where'd that come from?
It's conflicting what Bleeding Green Nation put out today, that Doug Peterson wanted Carson Wentz back as the starting quarterback in 2021. So I feel like every time you hear one thing, the other side has a story the next day. It's ridiculous.
You need to match just one number, 1 to 15, to win cash pop from the Jersey Lottery. The more numbers you play, the better odds of winning. So pop in and play, because anything can happen in Jersey. This is the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, and you can watch the show on our website, 97.3ESPN.com, through your Comcast remote. Just say, watch the Sports Bash, bing, and we'll put you up on the big screen. When we come back, the Flyers have been postponed. What's the latest? When can we expect them to return? We'll ask our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso, next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
On some models excludes Corvette. With GMF financing. Excludes prior sales. See dealer for details. It's President's Day all month long at Bennett Chevrolet with our biggest, boldest, best deals ever. Saving
Hi, Mike and Brodes, Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. We're back with you here on a Tuesday, and tonight the Flyers are supposed to be in action, taking on the Washington Capitals. I Canadianized the Capitals.
You've had better.
Okay. But they will not. Kevin Durso's here to tell you why and what's next for this team, because they do not have a game on the slate now until Sunday. And we'll get more information on that from 97.3 ESPN.com Flyers insider Kevin Durso as he joins us now on the Boardwalk Honda hotline. And he, like all guests, appear via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. And there he is on the video stream. You can see Kevin in his home studio there. Looking good, pal. How are you?
I'm well, guys. How are you?
All is well with us. Tell us what's going on with the Flyers, because we did get the story you wrote at 97.3 ESPN.com a couple days ago that 2 games against the Devils were postponed. We were told that was due to Devils' COVID issues. The Flyers did not have the problem. The game tonight, however, has been postponed against the Caps. What's the story there?
Well, now it's a Flyers problem. And basically, for the last 10 days, the Flyers have basically been playing Russian roulette here with the whole COVID situation, because from the previous meeting they had with the New Jersey Devils, which was it'll be 2 weeks ago Thursday. And since then, the very next day, the Friday after, which was January 29th, that was the day that Travis Zajac was put onto the COVID list. And that was kind of the first indication, okay, from the Flyer standpoint, keep an eye on this, because now you played against a guy who is on the COVID list the next day. Keep it in mind. Try to go about business as usual. Keep testing. Keep making sure everything's good. And for the better part of the next week, everything in that area was fine. They played their 2 games over the weekend against the Islanders. They played their 2 games against Boston. They played against Washington on Sunday. And it wasn't until we got to the Washington game on Sunday that there was a little hint that something was up, because Travis Sanheim being out was a surprise. And it didn't really come with any explanation. He had practiced the day before. You're wondering what kind of injury could be. And your first thought is the COVID list. And sure enough, after the game, that's what we found out. He was on the COVID list. And that kind of sent the signals up at that point in time. But that was probably about 8 or 9 days out from that Devils game. So that you can kind of trace it back to that, because the Devils list has since grown from, I think at the time, Zajac was the 3rd guy on the list. And one of the guys on the list was Mackenzie Blackwood, who had missed that entire series altogether. And another guy was on the COVID list for something unrelated to the virus itself. It was to a situation where I think it was one of them was either having a baby or something with a family situation, but he was not on the list for that reason. And all of a sudden, your signals went up then. The Devils list has grown to 19 players. They played the Buffalo Sabres twice over that weekend. The Sabres now have 9 cases, and their head coach is also a positive test with symptoms. So that's a big problem. And that just kept sending the pressure up. And when you kind of thought that the Flyers were closing in on that timeline being over, of they probably made it through okay. Now the Travis Sanheim news comes out, and reportedly the story is there is another player who we will find out who it is probably around 5 o'clock this afternoon, when the NHL typically updates that list. We'll find out who else is on that list. And the reason being is it's a second player who's on the list. So that's why they postponed this game in addition to the 2 against the Devils. And now we wait and see, because the next time they could play is Sunday against the New York Rangers, which was also moved up as a result of all the other postponements going on. But bottom line is the NHL's got a real problem on their hands here now, because not only was it the Devils that started with an outbreak, eventually it passed its way through to the Sabres with those 2 games. Now it appears the Flyers have an outbreak as well, possibly. And now 3 teams in the same division are in the same position, with lots of postponements, lots of things to rearrange as a result of some negligence on part of the NHL for not putting a stop to it as soon as possible when they could.
Yeah, it's definitely getting ugly. So Travis Konechny was actually mentioning how they had to wake up at 6:15 to get this done. Wake up. I was just curious if you had any more information on how this all went down from that perspective, and what they actually had to go through to figure this out.
Yeah, so what they had to do is basically on Sunday morning, that was when they learned about the possibility of Travis Sanheim being positive. And sometimes, look, there's false positives, there's false negatives. You have to kind of deal with it going with the flow. And it shows you kind of the dynamic between an older guy on the team and a younger guy on the team, because Brian Elliott said a 6:15 wake-up call was really no big deal. I'm used to it. And Travis Konechny goes, I don't think I've ever gotten up at 6:15 for a game before in my life. So kind of that funny dynamic to it. But the bottom line was they were told to get up at 6:15 in the morning and got a wake-up call at that time, because they all had to take a rapid test to find out if they were negative just to have Sunday's game go off. And Alain Vigneault even said they went to the arena on Sunday not knowing if they would play, which could kind of explain the first period start and the way that they looked maybe at the start of the game, because they essentially, up until just a couple hours before the game, probably didn't even know if they were going to play. So they had to adjust to that on the fly. Credit to them for finding a way to win that game too, after going through all of that chaos in the morning to figure out if they could even have a game. But obviously they didn't come out of this scot-free, and now they're forced to go through this process now and see what happens with whoever this second player is, in addition to Sanheim, along with anything that could come in the coming days, because it's certainly got the potential to turn into something bigger than what it is right now.
So Flyers game tonight is postponed. Kevin Durso is with us here. You can get more information at 973ESPN.com. And, this kind of puts them in an interesting situation because they're supposed to play tonight, supposed to play Thursday, supposed to play Saturday. The game on Sunday was already moved, right? That game was supposed to be on Tuesday night. They moved the Tuesday game to Sunday. So I would imagine that Sunday game is a little bit up in the air at this point, no?
I think so. And quite honestly, I think that the answer to that question will come either tomorrow or Thursday. And the answer to that question to me will come if the Flyers add any more players to that list in the next 2 days. If they do, and it looks like it's going from 1 to 2 to 4 to, whatever, then they'll call that one too. And then they'll basically, because of the way that the rescheduling worked, they were supposed to play that game on Tuesday of next week. It got moved ahead to the Sunday. Now they don't have a game. If you take that Sunday out of the picture, now they don't have a game until the following Thursday. So you could technically postpone that Sunday game on Thursday of this week and give them another additional week to work this out before they play again. But it brings a lot into question still, because you just don't know. It's a long period of time to have to wait and see on a lot of players, and they're going to have to try to figure out a way to get it in check. I give the NHL some credit for pulling the plug on this tonight, because this is what should have been done when this happened in New Jersey, when they were playing Buffalo, and you could have avoided this with maybe one other team. It's inevitable that it's going to happen around the league, and I'm starting to wonder what you're going to do as a result of moving so many games, because now it's starting to really become a question of, can you even fit 56 games into your original game plan at this point? You might either have to extend the season or just focus on points percentage, because I don't know that you're making all of them up with the way it's going.
Now, you mentioned that this particular division has a problem, but are there issues league-wide, or is it really more centered here in the Northeast?
Well, the biggest issue is in the East Division, because there's 3 teams now that have had to stop operations altogether, it looks like, and lost multiple games as postponements for now as the result of all of this. But there's other teams around the league. Dallas started the season over a week late because they had an outbreak going into training camp. Minnesota's been on postponement for several days now. They've lost a number of games. Carolina had a stoppage. Vegas had a stoppage. Colorado had a stoppage. And the common denominator here is they're all the U.S. teams. That's probably about a third of your U.S. teams in the league have had to stop play and stop practice at some point because of something going on in their camp, in their home arena, however you want to describe it. Something's going on in their area that makes them have to stop play, and then therefore affects other teams around them in the other divisions. The only one that hasn't had a stoppage to this point is the North Division, which is obviously in Canada. So that changes the dynamic, because they're under different guidelines, different protocols, being in the country they are. And so obviously you can see where the problem lies, though. It's very clearly a U.S. central problem at this point.
All right. The one thing too is that you could sit out possibly 2 weeks here, and as you said, that throws the whole season off thing here. And if it's only one division that is affected, that's where this is a little tricky. As you just said, one division's fine; they're just playing their schedule out, and there's another division that might have 3 teams not play for 2 weeks. That's when the NHL might have a big problem.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I'm surprised to this point. Maybe hindsight's 20/20 at this point, but when the Devils situation popped up and then expanded, and then the Sabres had the same problem happening, I'm a little surprised now that they didn't just go back and say, you know what, the entire East Division's on pause, just because they're the only ones going to see each other anyway. Now this whole thing impacts more than just the 3 teams that aren't playing, because now Washington's sitting there going, well, we just played that team on Sunday. Could it come to our side? How about the Boston Bruins, who played the Flyers last week, knowing possibly something was in an incubation period? It wasn't out there as a positive yet, but it still could have been. They still could have been exposed to somebody who was in the early stages of this thing. Now they're trying to react to this, and it could affect their schedule. It has affected their schedules too, to an extent, because Boston lost games when Buffalo's situation happened and the Devils situation. Same thing with Washington. Washington's now off for the rest of the week too, because their next 3 games were the Flyers and 2 against Buffalo. So they're off for the rest of the week until Sunday as well. So it affects everybody's schedule when even just 1 or 2 teams go in there like that. And I'm surprised that because they're all traveling to see each other, that they didn't just say, then the whole thing is shut down in that division while we get it sorted out so you can come back and be ready. But you're seeing the pitfalls of trying to travel to each city and trying to make this work in a time when it's still very sketchy and it's still very high risk that things could really get out of hand quickly.
I want to transition from the COVID issues to a rival of the Flyers, former GM Ron Hextall, now with the Penguins. It's interesting because he rebuilt this franchise. The pros, the prospect pool. It's amazing what we have here. The flaws would never call them up. With Crosby, Malkin, is there a chance to make another cup run?
To be fair,
what?
Hextall had a lot of other flaws when he was here than that stuff.
Oh, yeah, for
those stories. That was one of the most bizarre firing reasons ever, with the spies in the locker room,
the hot wings, the chicken wings. I guess you'd say, not the hot
seriously,
wings. Right?
Though, guys like Durso, are you shocked to hear that he's getting another shot after that story? That about all he had plants in the locker room reporting to him. I mean, I was pretty surprised to hear that someone else was going to let him run a franchise, even though what you're saying is right. He did a great job in although, to be fair now, yes, they did a good job, but this really sparked something for me because when I read this today, I thought, man, how is somebody letting him run a franchise? That being said, all these defensemen that we kept hearing about, half of them can't play, though.
That's not necessarily just injuries, right?
Right, but I mean, we were waiting on all these different defensemen, Sanheim and Haig and Moran.
Yeah, he got hurt. Yeah,
a lot of these guys though are just average. Now he did restock a lot of talent. I'm not taking that away from him, but for what he did to be able to run a franchise again after all that, I found to be pretty interesting.
Well, I'm not surprised that he got another job, but I will say that to that point, there's a reason it probably took as long as it did for him to get another job. He had built the franchise back up. He did 2 things really well when he was with the Flyers. He stocked up on prospects and used as many draft picks as he could. So he got a lot of picks and then made a lot of selections that rebuilt the prospect pool. And he handled the cap situation really well because he took care of a lot of big contracts and found a way to get rid of them so that the Flyers had some cap space. If it's not for Ron Hextall doing what he did in his time, then the Flyers don't go out ahead of the previous season and make the trades for Matt Niskanen and sign Kevin Hayes. It doesn't happen without what Ron Hextall did to clear up cap space. That said, there's a reason why he was fired in December of 2018 and isn't back in a GM's chair until February of 2021. It took some time for him to find that right fit. And not only that, but you know what? I think that there's another angle to this because the Penguins just made the announcement official. It's no longer a report. It is an official deal. And they also hired Brian Burke as their hockey operations president. Yep. So that's really interesting because now that's 2 big voices in that room. And I almost, he's reporting to Brian Burke, and Brian Burke's certainly got a history around the hockey world as being a hard-nosed, tough guy when it comes to everything that goes on in a hockey operation setting. I almost wonder if this is a way to kind of almost, and I don't want to use this word, but it's the only one I can think of, to almost babysit Ron Hextall into this and keep a close eye on what he's doing so that he doesn't get too invested in just building the prospect system up. You kind of had to wonder, how is this going to work when Pittsburgh probably does need to put some attention on the prospect side of things and build for their future, but also still try to make a run at it because you do have 2 of the best players in the world in Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin, and you're still trying to get that last little bit out of them. So I think that that's a dynamic to it, and I think Brian Burke's presence is going to make him have to focus on the here and now as much as he wants to focus on the future, and it kind of will change his approach to doing this. I also have wondered, I think of Craig Berube when he got fired by the Flyers and it took some time before he landed as a head coach and then he won a Stanley Cup because I think the second time around he had learned some things from that first experience where it wasn't as much of a fit and it wasn't as much of his skill set and he was much more equipped to make that run then. I wonder if the same thing goes for Hextall, that after going through that experience here, after trying to maybe micromanage the locker room the way he did after standing by the head coach he picked when the rest of the organization was saying make a change, things like that, if he would be a little bit different in his approach this time around.
Yeah, it's a fair point, but I think the Brian Burke hiring tells me everything I need to know about this Ron Hextall news, because I'm going to miss it. I don't know if this means he's not going to be on the Canadian media shows anymore and Hockey Night in Canada or whatnot, 'cause he's taking on this job. I love listening to him speak, but that's a game changer. I think that's more of like a, hey, we're going to make sure this runs the right way. But I'm just so curious what this organization is going to do. Do you try and squeeze as much as you can out of Crosby or Malkin, or do you kind of hit the refresh button as a whole? It's going to be a really interesting dynamic.
It is, and I don't think that let's put it this way. When you have a player like Sidney Crosby, I think it's a little different to say you're trying to squeeze the last little bit out of it. This isn't the same thing as a guy who you sit there and you look and you go, he's past his prime, he's on his way toward retirement, he's in the twilight of his career, but you're still trying to get a little bit more out of him when you should move on. Think about a guy who had all the success in the world, all-star qualities, things like that. And the Flyers had one in Vinny Lecavalier, who had a huge heyday, but when they had him here, he was past that point. Well, you don't stand by the guy because of his track record. You have to go off of who he is in the here and now. I think it's a little different when you have a generational talent who's a clear-cut first ballot Hall of Famer like Sidney Crosby is. You are going to try to do as much as you can. And it's not like they have no pieces in place. They have a couple good young players that they can build around. I think of a Jake Gensel in that sense, but they have a lot of work to do with the current team, because their defense is equally as bad, if not worse, than the Flyers have. Their goaltending is suspect because they go ahead.
That's saying something.
I know it's saying something. And their goaltending too, because let's put it this way, they shipped out a 2-time Stanley Cup winner to go to Tristan Jarry for one All-Star appearance in half a season.
Them, the Matt Murray thing is crazy. How do you blame them for making that decision after that cup run? You just can't. It just didn't work out that way.
That'd be like choosing Foles over Wentz.
Yeah, that's exactly what it would have been.
Right. And I mean, look, they've gone back and forth with this for years too, because Fleury was in the system for the longest time. They moved on from him. They stuck by Matt Murray. Then they moved on from him, and now they're going to Tristan Jarry. But it's just how quickly they did it. They had Matt Murray really in the prime of his career as a goalie with 2 Stanley Cups under his belt. That's the difference between the Foles Wentz comparison, because that's Carson Wentz winning the Super Bowl and then saying we're going to move on from him even though he won the Super Bowl, not Nick Foles won the Super Bowl.
The Fleury one, when they got rid of Fleury to Fleury, it's like he made the right decision. You can't blame
of course.
All right, Durso. Flyers have a couple nights off, but Durso will continue to work at 97.3 ESPN.com. When Flyers news happens, follow at Kevin_Durso. And, of course, you can hear him right here on the Sports Bash. And you can see him on the live feed at 97.3 ESPN.com. All right, Kevin, thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Mike and Brodes, we're back with more. Coming up at 3, Jeff Nadu going to bring us a little bit of the look at some NBA, college basketball betting lines for the week. Sports Bash is brought to you by Matt Black Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Will Carson Wentz be traded today? Find out with Andrew DeCecco at 4 o'clock during football at 4. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, and watch the show. Streaming video live at 97.3 ESPN.com. All right, Mike and Brodes, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I want to tell you about my friends at Bernie Robbins Jewelers. It's the Crazy Cupid Valentine's Day sale. It starts on Wednesday through Friday, but you can get involved with the 50% off sale right now at their website, BernieRobbins.com/Cupid. That's all you need to do, and you can buy now necklaces, rings, bracelet, earrings, engagement rings, and select watches. Up to 50% off. It's the perfect time to save on diamonds and engagement rings and the men's watches with all brand names that you will recognize. The big key here, guys, interest-free financing is available. Now, you can go into the store starting tomorrow, or don't wait. Go online right now at BernieRobbins.com/Cupid. And Bernie Robbins offers online chats, virtual appointments, and scheduled in-store appointments to cater your individual shopping preference and comfort level. So do what I do. Go to BernieRobbins.com to check it all out right now for their first company-wide half-off sale in 15 years. 15 years. 50% off. Check it out tomorrow or right now at BernieRobbins.com. All right, coming up, Geoff Nadu, the host of Big Man on Basketball. Man, he's been scorching hot with some winners, including last night. Gave me a little winner, little ditty, couple bucks. All right, Big Man on Basketball, Big Man on Campus, Geoff Nadu from Barstool Sports. He will join us next right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, watch the show live. Go to our website right now, 97.3ESPN.com. that immediately on PropSwap for a huge profit. So AC is town that's built for it. PropSwap.com. They are back. It is back. It is time for you to make some money with PropSwap.com. And everybody out there, I encourage you to use it as well. Luke Bergani from PropSwap.com. Thanks, Luke. Thanks a lot, Mike.
In honor of President's Day, Dell delivers savings to help America's small businesses get more done. Office anywhere with up to 50% off high-performance laptops, desktops, and servers with Intel Core processors and top-brand electronics. Plus, refresh now with flexible financing options. Call 877-ASK-DELL for a Dell Technologies advisor who can help you find the right tech. That's 877-ASK-DELL or visit Dell.com/President's Day.
A message from your neighbors and friends at First Bank.
All right, hour two of the Bash, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. That's Hunter Brody. If you're watching the live video, you see the big man on campus, Geoff Nadu from Barstool Sports. Geoff is brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. I got that future ticket I'm going to put on there. I just need Kevin Durant to get out of the damn COVID problems so that he can get in that MVP race. I got him at plus 1,200 before the season. He's like plus 750 right now. And we'll talk a little betting, the lines, some college basketball. This is a lousy card today, by the way. Let's bring in the big man on campus. Check out the Big Man on Basketball podcast. He was firing some winners over the weekend. What's up, man?
Hey, Mike. How are you? Good to talk to you.
All is good, man. You had a hot weekend. You had a nice night last night. And this is not a great card today, though. Would you agree?
I would agree. I think it's probably the worst of the season I've seen. But, you know, Mike, that doesn't mean you can't win. I think there are some bettable spots. But from the way I look at the card, no, it's not a particularly strong one, no.
All right. So let's take a look at, before we look at a couple of games tonight, because I know there are some teams that you typically like to kind of look at. So we'll look at that, some NBA stuff as well. But right now, you guys do a thing on the podcast, teams that you like to back and fade. So at this stage of the season, where we're at, as we turn the calendar into mid-February now, we're starting to get on that March to March madness. What are some teams that you are backing at this point?
Yeah, you know, a lot of it has to do with just, you know, when I bet on stuff, you know, long term, I'm betting a lot of the same teams. And whenever you follow what I'm doing, you're going to see that. You know, a team like that, I mean, probably no one in your listening audience has ever heard of until now, but they've been cashing left and right for me is Bellarmine. They're a team out of the Atlantic Sun. They're a new team to Division I this season. 10-4 against the spread. I mean, they have been covering left and right. I think they've covered every game over their last 8. I think they're 7-1 over the last 8. They're just a cover machine. And, you know, just real quick about them, they run this like really hopped up Princeton offense, and it's just tons of ball movement and just really crisp, fun offense. And a lot of the teams in this conference just really can't keep up with it. They're one of the top 30 offenses, I think, in America. They've done a really great job this season, and they've just been covering left and right because a lot of the time, as I said, they're just playing these teams that just aren't on their level, really. They've already played the toughest team in this conference, so I think it's going to be a team that I'm going to continue to back. I've backed Hofstra a lot recently. Hofstra is a team that was the number one team in the country last year against the spread, and they've been quite good this year too. They have a 4-guard lineup. They kind of center it around one big, and they just outscore you. That's kind of their goal, and they're always pretty well priced as far as in the markets. You don't have to lay tons of points. I want to tell the listeners, I wouldn't go and lay 7 with Hofstra, but if you're getting them in that 3 or less category, I'm looking for them because they're a great foul shooting team. They really generally close games out, and they've been money of late as well.
That's good stuff on the free throw stuff. That's definitely a stat to keep an eye on when you're betting teams. Missing free throws down the stretch kills lines sometimes. What about a team that you are off, a team that you're fading?
Wow.
Or three.
No, I there are many. A lot of the time, I think if you just side with bad teams, generally, you're going to be kind of in the swing of things there. A team I've been fading, all year I've been fading Mississippi Valley State University, who I think is the worst team I've ever seen at this level. They actually got a win last night, Mike, as 19-point underdogs. They actually won the game. But, Northern Iowa is a team that's kind of been on my radar all season. They're usually a mid-major that's pretty good. People kind of like them in the Missouri Valley Conference. But they lost their best player, A.J. Green, early in the season. They really haven't been the same ever since. They are just so dependent, were so dependent on him. And you look at since then, they've just really never had any footing. They have no consistency. They don't really do anything well. And this year, Mike, they don't have the defense that they've always had that they can fall back on. They don't really do anything of note. They're not good. And they're 3-12, I believe, against the number. They've just been a terrible bet. They've been a team worth fading. I would also say, just as kind of in general, I'm kind of figuring out how to do certain things this year. And I'm noticing that when you have a total this year that's in the high 150s, so 157, 158, even like 160, you're seeing a lot of those totals. I'm noticing, Mike, that a lot of them aren't going over. And what they're doing on these games are they're finding these teams that people like to bet over the number. They're pricing the numbers way better, which is what they always do. But, I'm starting to notice that there's been a lot of value in these like kind of low 140 games where maybe you don't have the fastest teams in the world, but you have teams that are really efficient and the numbers are just too low. Maybe a team like a Hofstra or like a Drexel, who actually, Mike, are both very good offensive teams because they're efficient. They take a lot of shots close to the basket. The more shots you have close to the basket, the higher percentage you have of them are going to go in. I don't want a ton of teams that bomb from three. I want high percentage, jump to the big, dunks, layups, high percentage opportunities. And teams like that do it, and they're actually priced pretty well.
All right, let's get a couple college thoughts from Jeff Nadu from Barstool Sports. He's the host of Big Man on Basketball. The new podcast drops tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and there'll be a lot better card later on in the week. This is not one great, but there's a couple teams that I know you like. St. Bonaventure, 14-point favorite. It opened down to 12.5 on FanDuel, 13.5 BetMGM, 13 on DraftKings. So it's all over the place up against LaSalle.
Yeah, LaSalle, Mike, has looked good at times, and they've looked, then they look really bad. Like they beat Richmond, they beat St. Louis, and then they go out and lose to Fordham, who, is the worst team in the conference. So I really don't know what to say of LaSalle. I still think, this is a pretty bad team, frankly. Bonaventure has, blow-up potential, but this is a lot of points. I'm not running to it to bet it. It won't be on my card.
All right, big one tonight, West Virginia, Texas Tech. That's another one. West Virginia's on the road. They struggle in the Big 12 road games. It opened at 5. It's 6.5 FanDuel, 6.5 BetMGM, 6 at DraftKings.
Yeah, I would definitely lean with your squad, Mike. The Mountaineers here, they have shot the ball really well this season, which is kind of random for them. Generally, they're a pretty poor offensive. They have been for the most part this year, but they've been able to do what they do on the offensive glass. They've been able to make shots. And against Texas Tech, if you can make 3-point shots, you're going to be in a game against them. This is a team that kind of pack it in. They wall the paint off. They don't want you to get into the paint, but they'll give you the 3-point shot. That could be a tough tonic against West Virginia, who has made those shots this year. This game kind of screams probably high 60s, and in that kind of game, I'll gladly take 5.5 points. I think West Virginia is pretty live. Maybe to even win this game. This doesn't seem like it should be 5.5. I would have put it more at like 2.5 because there's no real home court advantage this year. I think it's a closer game than that. I think West Virginia is a live dog. I think they can win. They'll make threes.
Which is surprising because I know you like Texas Tech at the start of the year big time.
Yeah, I do like Texas Tech. I like both these teams, to be really honest with you. I obviously have soured a bit on West Virginia just because they lost Shibwe, who I thought him and Culver down low were just terrific, that duo. And I like Texas Tech. I'm a big Chris Beard fan. I think he's one of the best coaches in the country. And I think long-term, these teams could both be really interesting. But in kind of a battle against each other, I just think it's too many points. If Texas Tech were 5.5-point dogs, I'd probably take them here. So,
all right, one game based on our conversation we just had on the over numbers. You said like 157 to 140. Tonight you got Auburn Vanderbilt. That opened 158.5. It's down to 156.5, but still a pretty big over under number there for Vandy and Auburn.
Yeah, and you're learning quickly that you need a lot of things to go right to get to 160. A lot of people will learn that quickly. And, that was sharp money taking the 158 and saying, we're going to go under. We're going to just bank that there's a slow start to this game. All you need, Mike, is at the 12-minute mark for this to be, 12, 8 or something. And you're not really on for you to hit 160, Mike, you need at the 10-minute mark for it to be at 40-ish. And obviously you need, you want 75 to 80 in the first half because you generally are going to get a higher scoring second half. But, one thing about this game that I will have pause on an under is, both these teams are going to run with each other. I saw Auburn over the weekend. I bet against them over the weekend because they played a team in Mississippi who will not run with them. They will not oblige them. They will make them score in a half court. And, against a team like that, I just don't have any interest. And if Auburn – if they get to the tournament, face a team like that, they will lose in the first round. Vandy's not going to do that. Vandy will kind of run with them. They'll speed it up. And they have some guards that can kind of, I think, play with them. So that's not an over-under I'm real keen in, but I do think it's a little high. I'm starting to kind of see through some of these totals. But on the other hand, you also see in the SEC that if you get two teams that generally run, you're generally looking down the barrel of like an 84-81 type of game. So I don't know. This is a game where I'm going to kind of avoid.
All right. Speaking of high over-unders, let's go to the association because anytime the Nets are on the docket, I'm interested in your thoughts there. 232.5 it opened, and that thing has dropped down to 229. So people seem like they're either listening to Big Man on Basketball and getting these clues because that thing is going down. But 232 Nets Pistons.
Yeah, this seems like a big.
And by the way, Geoff, that opened at 9.5. It dropped down to 6.5.
Yeah. And, when you look at this, this is interesting because the Pistons are usually in this predicament every night where they're kind of like a 6.5 to 10-point dog. And we see, 70% of the bets are on the Nets, yet the line has come down considerably, which not great. It wouldn't surprise me if someone's going to be out tonight for the Nets. I know Durant, he's been in and out. But as far as the total, I don't have much on that. I think people are just kind of thinking the way you are and just saying, well, it might be too high for the Pistons, but maybe not enough for the Nets. The Nets might score a lot here, but it's a weird game. There's a lot of weird things that I kind of go against that aren't really making sense to me here. One game that I do like, and I'm noticing, the Knicks are, as we know, they are really, really bad, Mike, offensively. I don't think I'm telling anyone anything they don't know. This game got to 212 on Sunday. Even after, a 71-point second quarter, and it still only got to 212, I'm willing to think we don't see any 70-point quarters in this game. I'm going to lean under. I think, when you tee these two teams, the under makes a lot of sense here, and I think that's the right side. You're just not going to see these teams up and down. And, look, again, outside of like multiple 65, 70-point quarters. Again, to have a 70-point quarter and it still only get to 212, that's that's a rough. That's wild. Frankly, it should have at least got to 220 with 170-point quarter. So yeah, I'm going to lean under in this kind of back-to-back-ish type game here. I think this is probably first to 105 wins.
Yeah, that's Knicks Heat tonight. It's over under 209 in FanDuel, 208.5 DraftKings. So there you go for that. And real quick before we let you roll, we got Sixers out west. This Kings team has been playing some good hoops. Fox has been on fire. You got Fox scoring 30 tonight. You got Embiid scoring 30 tonight. Over under 230, 5.5. Sixers are a 5.5-point favorite on the road tonight at Sacramento.
Yeah, I've been on record as saying I think this Kings team could be one of the worst defenses I've ever seen at the NBA level. They are really, really bad. And when you look at like their defensive efficiency numbers, I mean, they are significantly worse, Mike, than anyone else. Like it's not even close. The Sixers really need to score a lot of points tonight. There's really no excuse. It doesn't matter who's playing. This defense sucks. But you're right. I mean, this is a team in the Sixers that, occasionally will play down to their opponents, the NBA. That's what the NBA players do occasionally. But, yeah, I would look maybe towards any time that the Kings play, like some sort of team total over. You look at the line in this game, 5 is, I think, a little testy. But I would look towards maybe over 117.5. The Sixers have been good offensively this year. We know Embiid's been a matchup nightmare. Not really sure if Sacramento has anyone that will stop Embiid. I will give the Sixers credit. The offense has been pretty solid for the most part this season and very good. So I would lean over. Anytime the Kings play, I'm betting against them defensively because they are just disturbingly bad. I will say, Mike, back to college real quick. There is one game that I probably am going to play tonight. I like Kentucky. I think they take care of business tonight. Arkansas is a team that have struggled against top 50 teams. You look at against top 50 teams this year, 0-5 straight up. I've said before, I think Eric Musselman, the coach at Arkansas, is one of the most overrated coaches in the country. He is a rah-rah guy, but he does very little on the court to win you games. I think this is a Kentucky team that's long. I think they're athletic. I don't think they run with Arkansas. And I've noticed this year, Arkansas can get really sliced and diced offensively. They have to have a game plan tonight, Kentucky. They can't screw around with the ball for 20 seconds and then decide, we got to shoot. We only have 10 seconds left. If we get a good, solid effort tonight, I think they can beat Arkansas. And I think the public gambler knows that Kentucky's not good, and they're going to definitely side with Arkansas. Line just went the other way, though. Sharps are on Kentucky. I'll be with them here.
All right, Big Man on Campus, Jeff Nadeau's back on Saturday morning. We'll go over the weekend card, and you can check out Big Man on Basketball tomorrow, 9 o'clock, wherever you get your podcast. Jeff, thank you, pal.
Always good talking to you guys. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, man, and he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. He'll be back on the Saturday show. When we come back, we'll go inside the Sixers. And today, for Inside the Sixers, we're going to talk to Yaron Weitzman, who wrote a piece for 538.com on the conditioning change of Joel Embiid and how that has really helped this team out. So we'll go inside the Sixers. And remember, Yaron Weitzman, author of the book, of the process. We talked about that with Yaron way back, man. That was back in March when we were talking about all that. So he'll join us coming up for Inside the Sixers today on the other side. All right, welcome back. Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. And by the way, Geoff's appearance brought to you by Prop Swap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or download the Prop Swap app today. What's going on, everybody? It's time for Inside the Sixers. Sixers tonight take on the Kings. And Yaron Weitzman is our Inside the Sixers guest today. He's the author of the book, Tanking to the Top. We talked to Yaron way back in, I guess it was March or April, sometime around then when there was a pandemic going on and the Sixers did not look so good. But how things have changed, and we're going to dive into why things have changed. Yaron joins us now, has a great article up, 538.com, that really takes a deep dive into why Joel Embiid's game has changed so much here. But Yaron, welcome back, man. How you been?
Okay. What about you guys?
We're doing good, but this is a much different team than when we saw them way back in the bubble. And, the book that you wrote, Tanking to the Top, there's a part in that book that basically chronicles that Brett Brown had said, look, this guy's going to get us fired. He's out of shape. And here we are a couple years later. And maybe Brett Brown was right. Like, hey, if we could get this guy in shape, we might all have our jobs still.
See, you caught my double dipping, right, on the in the article in the book. Thank you. No, he was. I think most people would agree that Brett was probably right about that part, right? That the key to the Sixers' success was Embiid being in shape, and connected to that, and I guess we'll still see on this, and I didn't get fully into that, is healthy too, right? Which is somewhat connected, not always. Being in shape makes it easier to stay healthy. It doesn't necessarily mean that you won't have a knee injury or anything like that later on. We'll have to see. But those are kind of the two main temples, right? Being healthy enough that come playoff time, you can play at 95%, not even 100%, right? Every other game.
So when you look at Joel Embiid right now, he obviously changed his offseason conditioning. How are we noticing that on the floor with this season?
Yeah, I was kind of interested. He's talked about that. And he's talked about before, not every year, but in past years, he's come back being like, I worked hard, I did improve my conditioning, things like that. This year, he definitely looks different. You don't have to be analyzing anything in depth to realize that's the case. But I was kind of curious, though, some of the numbers I went to look at some numbers. So one fourth quarter, I don't have it in front of me, but the Sixers, their overall differential, they're the best fourth quarter team in the NBA this year. In years past, they've struggled in the fourth quarter. Embiid's free throw shooting in the fourth quarter gets better. He's getting to the foul line more in terms of percentage of frequency that he gets to the foul line in relation to overall field goals. That's that's gone up more. His foul rate has plummeted. The amount of fouls he's committing per game. That's a major sign of, if you're out of shape, you're going to be lunging more, grabbing out of position, things like that. All these little signs that point to a player who is in much better shape and is playing the best basketball of his career.
One thing that really
shooting also, I'm cutting out. Sorry, shooting also, right? Shooting that if you're playing well, your legs are underneath you. That's a big part of it too.
Yeah, one thing that really stood out to me in the article was the posture. Talk a little bit about Embiid's posture becoming a focus.
Yes, I spoke for the story. I spoke to Drew Hanlon, who he's Embiid's trainer. I know somebody in my mentions gave me a little Sixers fans still don't forgive him for Markelle Fultz, I believe was what someone told me, but can't win them all. So Hanlon told me that they tweak some of the training regimen a little bit with Embiid, little things like while they're working on moves. Let's say he's working on a specific, fadeaway. I'm making up the specific shot. You're going to work on it. We're going to perfect it. Then you're going to take three on the left side, dart back and forth, and you're going to go back and forth, shoot it. Go full court, hoop to hoop. Take shots like that. And that posture was a big focus. The idea being that, being a proper athletic stance, proper posture, not necessarily standing straight up, but being in a posture and being strong enough and having your conditioning and fitness level at a level that you are able to maintain that posture the entire time throughout a game. So meaning that if you get bumped, you can go finish through contact, you can rise up quicker, you can drive around guys, anyone, if you think about it, if you played sports or even if not, right, just being in that athletic stance and being able to not be so tired where you have to stand up and tug at your shorts, but being in that stance that allows you to then excel, that allows a player like Joel Embiid to take advantage of all his incredible skills.
Yaron, why now? People have that Brett Brown and the Sixers maybe weren't tough enough on him. They didn't make him do this. Did Doc Rivers come in and say, you're going to do this? Or was this just a life decision by Joel, the person, the player?
I think the latter. So, I mean, the why now part, I can only guess, right? Not only like I don't get to talk to Joel, and I asked him a question about this stuff in a press conference recently. He sort of downplayed it. I think his quote was, "You guys all make a big deal about me being in shape. I'm the same player." He doesn't like harping on this stuff, though he's saying that after having said, in previous press conferences this year, no, I dedicated myself in a different way this summer. So there's clearly, it's something he doesn't like to harp on and doesn't want people to say, oh, he finally got in shape, and that's the big difference. And I get it. Why now? I don't know. I mean, is the fatherhood thing he's talked about a lot, how that's changed him. I'm a father also. I guess I could see it. It was a loss last year to the getting swept. I do not think it was, I feel fairly certain that it was not like Doc Rivers saying, do this. This happened in the offseason before. I don't know how much interaction he had with Doc Rivers then, right? I mean, I'm sure they discussed a little bit, but typical offseason, I don't know how much interaction there would be, and especially one like this, right, where they're not like getting together for breakfast or anything. They're not allowed to discuss things. So, yeah, this was just a personal decision. And the why, we can just only guess about that stuff.
I just wonder if Jimmy Butler had a little bit of a mentality switch for him. When you play with someone like Jimmy, they had a good relationship. He moves on, and then the next season, Joel Embiid kind of has a similar mentality, like I'm a dog. I just wonder if you can tie that together and say maybe he learned a lot from Jimmy Butler's approach to the game.
It could be, and I believe I'm saying, so like Joel's not giving me in-depth answers. I think he did that profile with Ramona Shelburne. I believe he mentioned Jimmy Butler a little bit, their relationship, and being in touch with them, with Jimmy a little bit there, and that having an effect on him. So I'm guessing the answer would be like piling up a few things, right? Just stacking a bunch of things on top of each other, and just something clicking. And again, this happens sometimes. He's it feels like he's been around forever, and he's been around for it's 7th year in the NBA, I think, if that's the correct number. But what is it, year 4, basically, in terms of seasons or whatever? It's the career is not as long as it feels sometimes. So sometimes, as it feels to us. So sometimes it could take a little bit.
Well, and this has been a constant, topic here because, like you said, he feels like he's been here for so long, but really he hasn't played that many seasons because he missed the 2 full seasons. But the way that they acquired him made people want to rush the success rate, if you will. Hey, because they lost to get him, they demanded quicker results. And it's like, look, sometimes it takes a guy to go 24, 25, lose a couple series, have some setbacks. I feel like he's at an age and a level where it looks and feels like he's finally mature enough to maybe get past some of those things that brought this team down in the past.
Yeah, growth isn't always linear, right? 2, I sort of agree with you. It's an interesting, sliding doors scenario where the fact that they were so good, that was it 17 games in a row during his first full season, and Simmons' rookie year, the year they lost to the Celtics in the playoffs and they run off that big win streak in the second half. That changed things. Like expectations before that were sort of, we're going to build slow, 500, maybe make the playoffs, all that. And then suddenly they go on the winning streak and they win the first round of playoffs. They beat the Heat, and it's like, oh, let's beat them. And the LeBron James, if you remember, the Cavaliers were struggling, and the Celtics were injured, and it's like, oh, let's take advantage of Sixers. They're their best team in the Eastern Conference. They can make the finals, and that altered expectations for sure. The other part is, like you said, I think we're seeing a combination of a guy. He's changed his skills. He's gotten better, right? There's I don't want to ignore that part. He's refined his skills. Like his shooting is incredible right now. The roster is built around him in a way that makes more sense. I don't want to underestimate that as well, right? They've flooded the floor with shooters, understanding that that's the best method to maximizing a player like Embiid. So you have all these different things coming together.
Yeah, there's no question that the roster configuration last year was not conducive to get the best out of Joel Embiid. I think we all kind of watched that. This is, but, it seems that his game has just gone to another level, even, irregardless of the fact that he's got the spacing. It's just that he just seems to be a more willing, confident, and almost just has a different swagger to him. Like, it was almost as if Doc Rivers, and maybe this could have been something that Brett could have done better, said, you're going to be our guy. Whereas in the past, maybe he wasn't sure. Is it me? Is it Ben? Is it Jimmy Butler? It seems like they maybe told him, you're the guy.
Also, last season was his first, it was real failure for the first time, right? So he comes in, they have that year, the Celtics season. This season they lose to the Celtics in 5. That was disappointing. But that season, I think Sixers fans would agree, right? Like that was a season where you were just excited to be in that situation. That was fun. The next year, the Raptors series, he had some injuries down the stretch. It was heartbreaking. It didn't feel like failure, right? It felt like maybe a missed opportunity. It didn't feel like failure. Last year felt like failure, and that could also change you a bit as well.
Yeah, and obviously some other things around him. When you look at this team, Yaron, how much more equipped do you feel this team is? Because last year, this was a 6 seed. The year before, they won a lot of games, but right now they're the 1 seed. Do you view this team on the same level as Milwaukee, Brooklyn, Boston? I mean, Miami's having all sorts of problems, but they're the defending Eastern Conference champion. Do you look at Philly on the same level, or maybe are they a notch below?
Yes and yes, right? No, so I think the answer is you have to view them on the same level. There's no arguing that, right? And Joel Embiid's been if he's not the MVP, if you don't want to say he's the MVP so far of the season, he's up there, right? He's in that conversation and best player in the Eastern Conference type thing. If you have a guy like that playing at this level, you're in the conversation, and no other team in the East has separated themselves too. That's the other part of this, right? Milwaukee has struggled a little bit. Part of that is because I think they're smartly looking at the regular season in a different way and trying some different kind of things as opposed to chasing wins, which they've done in the past. Brooklyn, obviously, I think everyone would agree is the highest ceiling of any of these teams. I don't think that's like a hot take. If you have those 3 guys together, but obviously things haven't clicked yet. It's going to be hard to move together. Will they play defense? So I still wonder about the Sixers' ability in second round, third round of the playoffs to generate enough offense in the half court. It's going to be the same boring classic question, and we'll have to see. Playoff defenses are going to swarm you. They're going to play differently. Most of the time in recent history, you need a guard, like the Jimmy Butler type, right? You need a ball handler, a perimeter guy to create your offense. It's just really, really hard for a big man to do it from the post. Embiid has done a lot, and the Sixers have seemingly made a point of giving the ball to Embiid on the perimeter more and having him almost run like a point center sometimes, type thing sometimes, and things like that. That could be a counter to it. I just wonder about that. But like to say that they're not in the conversation with those teams, I mean, of course they are. If you ask me to pick now, I still have a team like the Nets over them, things like that. But I mean, that's just, and also with COVID and all this stuff, who the hell knows with any of this, right? So.
If you are Daryl Morey, what type of addition do you make next? They're very vocal about the backup 4, maybe a primary ball handler, like you mentioned, that maybe pushes Shake Milton in a different role. But if you are Daryl Morey, what would you do next?
That's a good question. I think it's I don't know who, but a couple things. One, it became very clear that Ben Simmons is on the table, right? They want to say no. I mean, I think it was very obvious they were willing to trade him for James Harden. I think that's fair to say. Does that mean that that always comes back to a Bradley Beal conversation at some point now, right? And what do you do with that situation? And would he is he to the level of a guy that they would trade Simmons for, or is it just that Daryl Morey, there's not a player in the NBA who Daryl Morey values more than James Harden, so therefore that was the guy he was willing to give up Simmons for that guy. We'll have to see. That would be interesting to me. The other part is, can you find some way on the periphery so you do second round picks or maxi? I'm making guys up here, right? Guys along the edges who are not gonna Tybal, who, if you give them up for a guy who can generate some more half-court offense, two-way player or someone who can really generate, you can give the ball to in half-court and you can run pick and roll with him and he can create. Is there a guy like that? I don't know off the top of my head who that would be, but I'm guessing that's the kind of thing they'd be looking at.
All right, Sixers tonight, they take on the Kings. This one should be fun. The Kings play Zippo defense. I think us 3 could score 10.
Just 10? You're only giving me 10?
Well, I mean, 10 each. That's 30, 10 for you, 10 for Yaron, 10 for me. I'll start banging a couple triples out there. Their defense is so bad. Watch it tonight. Listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Rob Weitzman, author of the book, Tanking to the Top. Check out his article at 538.com on Joel Embiid's changes. It goes really in depth on the success and changes from Joel. It's a great article. Check it out. And he's been our guest for today's Inside the Sixers. You're on. Good to see you, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Good seeing you.
And he, like August, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. And, of course, Inside the Sixers each day right here on the Sports Bash Live at 3:20. We take a closer look at the 76ers with our team of insiders and people who cover the team regionally and nationally here on the Sports Bash. When we come back, we're going to get into the NFL and this Carson Wentz deal. John Clayton is going to tell us what's going to happen. I promise you, he's going to tell us exactly what's going to happen. Well, he'll at least predict. That's coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on our website, 97.3ESPN.com. It's brought to you by AmeriSave Mortgage. Lower mortgage rates means more savings. Find out more at AmeriSave.com. Back with the professor, John Clayton, up next.
This President's Day, Dell honors all you do with exceptional savings up to $300 off. Power your passions with our latest tech, like beautifully crafted XPS computers and powerful Alienware gear featuring Intel Core processors. Work, learn, or play from anywhere with essential electronics, including monitors, plus free shipping on everything. Call 800-BUY-DELL or visit Dell.com/President's Day. That's 800-BUY-DELL.
Hey guys, are you afraid of taking off your shirt in public? Don't be embarrassed. Just say, I love Lyle back instead with male breast reduction. Many men develop a fullness in their chest as boys that persists and even worsens as they get older. This condition is called gynecomastia, and with simple liposuction, most cases can be effectively treated. Call 856-MAKEOVER today to schedule your private consultation with Dr. Lyle and back. That's 856-MAKEOVER or visit ilovelyoback.com.
Recent Total Wireless helped Charlie Michelle stage a virtual dance recital for her friends and family. This event was super meaningful to them because when you move to Total Wireless, you can get amazing devices on nationwide 5G, and with unlimited plans starting at $25 a month, you could save up to $1,200 a year. Thank you, Total Wireless, for helping me pull this off. Total Wireless, do amazing. Compatible 5G device required. 5G network in limited areas. Monday plus 30 days. Savings time enablement compared to 4-line postpaid plans of leading carriers 10-2020. See terms and conditions at TotalWireless.com.
This is Renee. Happy to be here. She's not some influencer. She's more of a groundbreaker, turning her 4-acre
All right, welcome back. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. So John Clayton at the Washington Post has the 10 biggest offseason roster storylines. I have a feeling that one of his offseason roster storylines has to do with Carson Wentz and the Philadelphia Eagles. Will they end up trading him? We'll get that. We'll get other big roster decisions because, as John will tell us, there is a lot of possible quarterbacks that could be moving. But are they the biggest roster decisions in the NFL? Let's bring in NFL insider John Clayton from the Washington Post as he joins us now on the Boardwalk Honda Hotline. As the offseason is here, the Super Bowl is in the books. John, now did you get to watch the Super Bowl?
I did. It was strange. The Cox, which has a channel, the CBS affiliate here, Cairo, didn't get a deal done until late Saturday night. And so I got texted in the morning that they did come back on, so I was able to watch it. But fortunately, after reaching out on Twitter and having over 1,000 direct messages, that somebody actually came over to the house with an antenna and installed it, which was a lot more complicated with that antenna than I anticipated. So thank heavens, because then I was covered, and I'll be covered because I'm sure we had the NBC affiliate out in November on DirecTV. This one until for a week in the CBS, and I'm sure the next one's going to be Fox, and then probably the next one will be the ABC affiliate.
That is a bizarre story. When I saw you tweet that, I almost thought like you got hacked.
No, it wasn't hacked. Although it was funny because again, some of the people who tweeted during the week, because again, the Cox is all through the country. It's one of the biggest TV station owners in the country. I guess on DirecTV they had a crash down right at the start of the Super Bowl, and it crashed like 3 times. And so this one person had to go ahead and get the CBS All Access and pay for that.
Jeez.
And then it came back. But again, it was just crazy. But again, you can see that DirecTV has issues.
All right. The Eagles have issues, and this is almost unprecedented, but it seems like it's becoming in vogue. I have a lot of dead cap. I don't mind. Let's just trade them. The Rams did it. Will the Eagles follow suit, John? It's one of the big offseason questions that you wrote about at the Washington Post. Will the Eagles, it seemed inevitable on Saturday. It seems like it still is going to happen. What is your feeling on a Eagles Carson Wentz divorce?
Yeah, I think it's going to happen. Again, I think you can see the strategy that Howie Roseman's trying to make sure he gets the best value for him. And you know that Chicago and Indy are going to be the biggest bidders. And so you take that all into account and say, okay, how much can you really get for him? I'm sure that, ideally you're going to be 2 first rounders, but absolutely it's not going to happen. And so in the likelihood, maybe it could be, a 1 and a 5 or something like that. That could work, but you can see the strategies going on right now. And it wouldn't surprise me if it happens reasonably quick.
So at this stage, I want to get your opinion because, as you wrote in your article, Deshaun Watson, one of the other quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers, Sam Darnold, Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, does this put the Eagles in a tough spot? I mean, the fact that there's so many quarterbacks that are available.
Not really. I mean, because again, Watson's not available. He's got a no trade clause in his contract, and I still think they won't trade him. They're certainly not going to trade Aaron Rodgers, although I think what he's going to do, he's going to try to make it tough on them because what he'll be trying to do is try to get a contract extension to see if he can get a little bit more job security because, again, he was the MVP. He threw 48 touchdown passes, and I'm sure he doesn't like having Jordan Love around. And so it's because, again, that's going to shorten his career in Green Bay because at some point, if Love's there, then they have to go to him at some point. So they didn't waste that first round pick and look like a bunch of idiots. And so now what I have to think that the next strategy is that you ask for a contract extension, try to get a little bit more money, and then put them in a position where they have to trade Jordan Love.
Have you seen anything like this before? You win the Super Bowl, coach is fired 3 years later after making the playoffs in 2 of those years. You're trading Wentz with this big cap hit. You hire Nick Sirianni, younger coach, looks nervous. Jalen Hurts in the second round. I mean, what is going on here? Have you seen a downfall like this happen so quickly?
Well, I mean, we've seen some of this because, again, it's like we saw Arizona go to the Super Bowl, and after a few years, they fired their coach. We've seen Now it happened in Atlanta that Dan Quinn goes to the Super Bowl. They have a little bit of a downer after blowing a 25-point lead in the second half against New England. Now he's out of there. But again, to have this and the quarterbacks, and then, of course, you just saw with the Rams, because 2 years ago they went and lost to the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Now Sean McVay got down on Jared Goff and trades him, and then they're already down 8 starters on defense since 2018, and they very well could lose 2 more starters, because I think they might have to cut Michael Brockers. They're probably going to lose Leonard Floyd. Their safety, John Johnson, he's going to. So basically, all of a sudden, here it is 2 years after the Super Bowl, and they may end up with only Jalen Ramsey, who wasn't with the team, Aaron Donald, who's with the team, and hardly anything else.
We're talking with John Clayton from the Washington Post, his 10 offseason storylines right now at the Washington Post. Let me get your thoughts on the Dak Prescott situation in Dallas. Is it a slam dunk that he would be back there?
You'd have to think so, because I don't think Jerry can live with the fans and letting Dak go, and he likes Dak. But the problem is, how can you keep him? Because the one thing is, if you franchise him, it's 37-7. Jerry's adamant about having a 5-year deal, and Dak is adamant about having a 4-year deal. And so, they've offered $35 million a year on a 5-year deal, and so far it's not working. And you'd have to think at this stage he may have to go up to the 37, 38 million to get this thing done. They have time, but they can't afford to lose him, because if they do, he is the best player in free agency. So at some point they need to strike a deal.
What will the Jets do with Sam Darnold? They do have that second pick, Ohio State. Justin Fields is there, an upgrade over Darnold. What do you think what they should do there?
Well, it's a simple one, but it's also a tough one too, because the feeling I get out of the Jets is that they're not sold on Justin Fields, and they're also not totally sold on Zach Davis. I think they might like Zach Davis a little bit more than Fields, but it's almost, if that's the case, they can maybe go position tight tackle or wide receiver at number 2, or they could trade down a little bit, getting a little bit more value and then taking a quarterback there. So they do have options, but again, you're going to have interest from San Francisco on Darnold, certainly Indy if they can't get Carson Wentz, probably Washington and Carolina. So there's going to be enough teams that are going to be interested, but in the end, it's like you kind of get the feeling that he might be traded, but there still might be some caution, because again, you've got to have a quarterback, and I don't know if they want to really go in with a new coach and a young quarterback.
That's one to me. The Jets is so interesting, John, because of where they sit in the draft, right? They're going to get their phone's going to ring, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Because again, it's like, and again, what I hear, they don't at the moment think that Fields and Davis are really the second pick in the draft, the second best players in the draft. And so, but you have other teams. Atlanta might want to move up because it eventually replaced Matt Ryan. You have other teams wanting to move up, and so Carolina, I think they would probably want to move up. So you have the ability to drop down a little bit and then hope to get that next quarterback, whether it's going to be Fields or Davis, whoever isn't drafted.
Give us your thoughts on Teddy Bridgewater and that whole situation. I was a little surprised to hear that they were in on the Stafford stuff. Bridgewater, I thought, played pretty well out there.
Yeah, but of course, they only won 5 games, and they're pretty loaded on offense. Now, I know they didn't have Christian McCaffrey, but Mike Davis did a pretty good job running the football, and they've got really good receivers. And so, Curtis Samuels is real good, and they've got speed and all those different things. And Matt Rule now is more in charge of things, even though they did hire a new general manager. And you kind of get the feeling that he's not all in the total corner of Teddy Bridgewater, even though they gave him $21 million a year. But when you find out that they ended up offering the 8th pick draft, a 5th round pick, and Bridgewater, then you have to think, well, maybe Matt isn't completely in Bridgewater's corner, because we just watched that with what happened with Jared Goff and Sean McVay.
So John Clayton's with us from the Washington Post. He's got a great article up on the offseason, especially with all these quarterbacks. Watson, Rodgers, you don't think either of those guys will get moved. You're in Seattle. What's this news going on with Wilson out there? Is there anything to the fact that he's unhappy?
I think he's just frustrated. and it's funny because sometimes Russell can drive management crazy, particularly when he starts to go on the air. Again, he's so professional in his normal press conferences, but then he gets to the off season and he starts to whine a little bit when things aren't perfect and he didn't get back to the Super Bowl. And like, for example, here it is. He's sitting next to Roger Goodell with Sierra, and he's watching basically what happened to him in the loss to the Rams in the playoffs. The Rams went cover 2, cover 4. You had 41.1% cover 2 by Tampa against Kansas City and 25% cover 4. And so they 2/3 of their defense took away the deep pass, and Patrick Mahomes with the bad blocking wasn't able to do it. Now, I don't think Russell's helping himself when he blasted an offensive line that was actually better than last year and is winning 66% of its blocks on passing plays because, again, they got a good signing in Brandon Shell. They got one of the better rookie guards in Damian Lewis, but he's right in the standpoint. He's like, he got sacked 47 times this year and over 400 in his career. I mean, he is tired of doing it, but then also he has to take the responsibility that, hey, you weren't beaten the cover 2 and you're holding on to the ball for 2.8, sometimes 3.2 seconds.
John, real quick before we let you roll, you mentioned Indianapolis and Chicago. They seem to be the two teams around Wentz. If there was a team that we haven't heard, is there someone that you think makes sense that could maybe be that quote unquote mystery team?
I mean, it could be San Francisco, but I don't think that they can overbid or all that. I mean, you kind of get the feeling that what Howie's doing is he's playing Indy off Chicago. Chris Ballard's going to go to a certain point. You've seen, Ryan Pace. He's went big on Khalil Mack, and so he might get a little bit more. You still have to look at Carolina. I mean, a sleeper could be Washington, but there's no way that the Eagles trade him in the division. I know they did it with Donovan McNabb, but that was toward the end of Donovan McNabb's career, not where you're really still in that startup phase with Carson Wentz. So, but I do think something's going to happen. But, right now, I think that Chicago might gamble a little bit more and pay more than Indy. And if that's the case, would they want to take Nick Foles back too in the deal?
That would be interesting. All right, we'll keep our eye on that. You guys should keep your eye on John Clayton. Check out his Washington Post piece, and he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. John, it's always great to catch up with you. We appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
And John will be checking out all the offseason news when news happens, and we can tap into John. We certainly will. He was kind enough to join us here on the Boardwalk Honda hotline. I am Mike Gill. He's Hunter Brody. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. It's brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. All right, we got plenty more, including football at 4. So we just talked a little NFL with John Clayton. We'll go a little deeper into this Carson Wentz stuff. Which teams are in play? I just tweeted out, and I don't have any information. I would say my mystery team would be Denver. And I have a reason why coming up. Andrew DeCecco, football at 4. Pete Thompson tonight, Tuesday with Thompson. How about that? Excited?
Of course.
Don't seem like it.
I'm just waiting for the hard break.
Still got time. This song should be in your head.
Oh, I can't see the clock.
I can't. I don't need the clock. I know it's going to be ending right now. All right, Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by Dr. Lyle M. Back. For everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery, go to ilovelyle.back.com or call 856-MAKEOVER for Dr. Lyle M. Back, proud sponsor of Football at 4. Andrew DeCecco is in the house today, and he's in the hot seat for the Carson Wentz. Could be a trade happening while he's on the phone. We'll get his take on all of it right now here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Andrew, what's going on, man?
Not much, Mike. Just trying to digest all this Carson Wentz information. You know, I can't go on Twitter without seeing pretty much my whole timeline's clogged with Carson Wentz information. So,
do you feel that it's slowed down though, or is it picking back up in the you know what I mean? Like, do you feel like Saturday it was inevitable? Do you feel that it's slowed down a little bit?
I feel like the talks may have slowed down, but then you're saying, you know, a lot of retweets and tweets from fans of this, you know, comparing his stats to this guy, you know, hypothetical trades and all kinds of crazy things. It's like, you know what, either trade the guy or keep him here. Come to a decision soon, because I mean, it's kind of like beating a dead horse.
What do you think some of the holdups might be? Because if some of the quote-unquote deals that were out there are accurate, a first-round pick being involved, if you're Howie Roseman and the Eagles, wouldn't you have already done that deal?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's happening is the Eagles, they shot for the moon, and other teams are kind of, you know, I don't know that I want to go that route for, you know, a reclamation project, so to speak. I mean, Carson was coming off a deplorable season. Yes, the ability is there, but I think that the Eagles started the asking price was far too rich for what teams are willing to kind of give. So you kind of have to gauge the market, and you know, a little bit of give and take here. I mean, they're not going to be able to get what they're shooting for, given the situation and the circumstances surrounding it. It's a very unique situation.
I know it's easy to bash Howie when you see that they're asking for 2 first-rounders or so, but isn't that what you do when you're a general manager? You kind of reach for the stars knowing that you're going to work your way back into something more reasonable. So I know he's such a target right now, but you kind of want that, don't you? So that maybe you still overachieve once you back down from reaching from the stars, if you will?
Yeah, in Philadelphia sports world, obviously Howie Roseman, public enemy number 1, so he can do no right. But I mean, yeah, any GM hunter, as you know, is going to aim for the best deal that you can get for your franchise. You know, it's not about necessarily the player; it's about what can we do, what kind of assets, what can we get back to benefit the Philadelphia Eagles. And you know, I think for the quarterback position, a 28-year-old guy who has played at a very high level, I think the asking price for 2 first-round picks is a good starting point. You certainly don't want to lowball yourself. I mean, he may have to come down a little bit, but you have to come out swinging, and you have to be able to be like, look, this is where we're at with it. And then, you know, you kind of gauge the market, and you start to see the dominoes begin to fall. You see other quarterback names that are kind of floating around out there. Teams are going to quickly, you know, move on to their next second and third or fourth options, even if they're getting impatient and not seeing any flexibility on the Eagles' end.
Andrew DeCecco, Football at 4. Colts, Bears, they seem to be the 2 teams that are the names of them at least have come out, and they both have Eagles connections, right? So I want to get your opinion on, do you think that, let's say Wentz said, look, I prefer to go to Chicago or Indianapolis, like, do you think there's a better fit for him, that one of the teams would be more aggressive than the other?
I think the best fit for him would be the Indianapolis Colts, given his history with Frank Reich, given Press Taylor, who he's very close with. That's his preferential coach by all accounts, to coach him directly. They have the pieces in place. They have a young dynamic of coaches and mixed with veteran coaches to kind of, they're on the cusp making the playoffs. And I think adding a player of Carson Wentz's caliber, or at least potential, can put them in the playoff conversation. The Chicago Bears are in a unique situation where I mean, Carson would be an instant upgrade over, they're used to bad quarterback play or inconsistent quarterback play dating back years and years and years. But I mean, and he would have a chance to work with John DeFilippo again and reunite, who obviously, as we know, coaches him very hard.
Does he want that? Does he want that?
That's the question. We know that it was a lot of tough love going on there in 2017, and we don't necessarily know how. I mean, he responded to the being under constant pressure from John, but we don't know if Carson liked that. I think a much more comfortable situation for him would be to kind of slide in there at the Colts, having that familiarity with Press Taylor, their friends. You can kind of, Carson's a guy that's very stubborn, hard-headed, and is set in his ways very much so. And going in that type of situation would seem to really be consistent with what you're hearing versus going into the Chicago Bears situation where you have a guy like John DeFilippo where it's like, look, we're doing things my way, or we're gonna have a tough go over here.
Yeah, and then flip it to the Colts. You got Reich there. Obviously, that's you got Press Taylor there. So does he want to go back? It's almost like I'm wondering, does he want to go back with DeFilippo, go through the grueling coaching to show everybody, they made a mistake? Or does he want to go with Frank and Press to show it wasn't Frank or it wasn't Press's fault? You know what I mean? Like to try to I'm trying to, not that he really has a say in this situation.
That's what I was going to say. It's going to be ultimately, I mean, for the situation that's going to best fit him, that would be the Colts. But the Eagles are going to go with whoever offers the most for him, and they're not necessarily going to be like, "Hey, Carson, what are your thoughts between choice A or choice B?" They're going to say, "Listen, this is where you're going."
All right, Andrew, do you think right now, because as you said, Saturday, it looked like they were going to do something, it was imminent, coming days. Well, look, it can still happen by the end of the day, but do you feel that the Eagles are losing leverage here?
Yeah, I do. And I think, having the Super Bowl on Sunday, they were waiting for that to kind of, teams had a chance to sit on their idea, their proposal over the weekend. And then you start to then you open up the possibility of other influences say, hey, you know what? I mean, I know this is what you're thinking, but I wouldn't necessarily do that. I think you'd be giving up a little bit too much for a Carson Wentz. You get outside perspective that may alter their decision making when you have that added time. And now here we sit, on Tuesday, and now the talks kind of the talks have gotten a lot quieter. You're not hearing so many things. You're starting to hear that no trade is imminent as of yet. Look, if he's not talking, if he has a fractured relationship with your GM, regardless, Howie's not going anywhere. I don't know how you can go forward with that type of dynamic where your quarterback and your general manager don't get along. So I have a hard time envisioning him being on the Philadelphia Eagles roster in 2021. But right now, it's like I do think the Eagles are going to have to come down a little bit. And the teams that they're looking to deal with, they have all the leverage right now.
When you look at other quarterbacks available in the trade market, Watson, Darnold, Garoppolo, where do you list Wentz when you weigh the compensation it might cost and the upside or the downfall if he plays like he did last year?
I mean, it's a super high risk, Hunter, because you don't know. I mean, the guy is so physically gifted, Carson Wentz, but you don't know where he's at mentally. You don't know if the injuries have taken a toll and if the situation has left him so jaded that it's hard to repair. Is he willing? Does he want to be fixed? Is he willing to accept the coaching? Or does he feel like he already has the answers? You have to remember, this is the guy that came in 2016 as the big man on campus, never really had to fight for anything, never was told really anything. He was always the top of, the best of the best. And, last season really was his first sign of adversity due to poor play. And you have all these outside factors. Philadelphia is an enormous media market. You're facing all kinds of scrutiny and skepticism, people wondering if you lost your skills. That wears on a player who's not accustomed to doing that. And I feel like, there's a lot of risk there with Carson Wentz, but the upside is undeniable. I mean, you're talking about a guy who in 2017 was an MVP candidate. We all know that. But I think teams, when they look at him, you know what Jimmy G, what you're going to get from him. I think he has a very, very limited upside. But when you look at a guy like Carson Wentz, if you surround him with he's a guy that needs to be surrounded in the proper situation. There has to be a lot of playmakers around him. You have to have the right coaching. I think John DeFilippo in that situation would be best served for Carson. And I do think that if you surround him with the right coaches, that he can get back to that level. So if you're a team looking to pull the trigger, I have to think that he's at the top of the list.
Let me ask you your opinion on this. Andrew DeCecco, Football at 4 here, Sports Bash. What is, the fact that they brought a new coach in here, right? And I think the answer might be obvious here, but I want to hear what you have to say on why this is going the way it is. They brought a new coach in here who was with Frank Reich. that Wentz isn't willing to give that guy the opportunity. What does that say?
Well, that speaks to his relationship with the front office. It doesn't matter. Doug Peterson, Nick Sirianni, Josh McDaniel. Doesn't matter who's there. As long as Howie Roseman is there, and Jeffrey Lurie's right hand man. I mean, I don't think that Carson realizes that I think he realizes that it's not going to work with that current structure. There's just too much bad blood there. That's why it's hard for me to envision him being on the roster. I just don't know. Now it just becomes a matter of what the Eagles are willing to settle for in return. But I think that the relationship with him and Howie Roseman is just undeniably tense. There's a lot of tension there, obviously.
Okay, so that would be so. People originally thought that him and Doug didn't get along, and Adam Schefter said this morning on KJZ that that Wentz and Peterson didn't speak for weeks. So we assumed that okay, that was the problem. They bring in a new coach, and he still wants to go. So we thought that the Eagles chose Wentz over Peterson. Are they now also choosing Roseman over Wentz?
Well, I mean, I think there's more layers to it, but the short answer would be, yes, they are. I mean, Howie wasn't going anywhere, and they tried to, they said all the right things in these press conferences. They said that they want Carson here, they wanted to move forward with him, and that he was going to get back on track, and they're looking forward to his resurgence. But Howie was never going anywhere. He's tied at the hip to Jeffrey Lurie. And I think that they always thought that they would be able to mend the fences. And I think they've realized that they've reached the point of no return. And now they're kind of just stuck at a crossroads here. Like, what do we do? Because we can't move forward with this guy because, it's just not a healthy environment for anyone at this point. So now it's like, what can we do to unload him?
We had a similar conversation about Joe Banner and Lurie being together, and eventually he was gone. So does this feel like maybe that stretch that either makes or breaks Howie Roseman? If this goes down a road of really hideous football for the next couple of years, could this be maybe that stretch that defines where Howie Roseman goes?
Absolutely, because he's directly tied to Carson Wentz. He tried. They traded up, to the second overall pick to take this guy. Some of it was Carson's doing to his regression, but they didn't do enough to surround him with talent. And when I say that, you look at what Roseman did in the draft, right? He got Arcega-Whiteside, he got Rager, he got Dillard. So in theory, he made those picks with Carson Wentz in mind. The problem is that it was poor evaluation because, yeah, you addressed it, but the players that you brought in weren't up to the standard that you really needed that was going to be an asset for the team. So, I mean, it all points to Howie Roseman. If this doesn't go well, and this goes off the rails, this could be the final straw for Roseman.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting point because we've talked a lot on this show, Brodes and I want to get your opinion on this, is that Lurie was pushed in the corner before by Chip Kelly, and he was told, I don't want to work with Roseman. And it turned out that blew up in the organization's face. They had to fire Chip Kelly, and Roseman won them, built a team that won them the Super Bowl. So do you think Lurie looks at it as, look, I've been told before that this guy's the problem, and I have seen that he's not the problem. He built us a championship team. So that's why he stays so tight to Roseman.
I mean, that's what it certainly seems like. But the NFL, as you well know, is a production-based business. What have you done for the last 5 minutes? Okay,
well, and let me interject on that, Andrew. Let me interject on that to the next part of it, and that's a good point. What have you done for me? Does Lurie look at it though and say, because he said it in the press conference that he had at the end of the year, hey, we'll put our resume up, track record of success up against anybody. And I just look at him saying, look, while Howie Roseman has been a part of this organization, we have a blueprint. We don't always win the Super Bowl, but our blueprint is we win. They only have one back-to-back losing season in Roseman's era, ever. The 7-9 and 7. It wasn't like 4-12 and 4-12 either. They were 7-9 and 7-9. So does Lurie say, look, in Roseman's tenure here, all we've done is win. We might not win to the level that the fans like, but as a businessman and as the owner of this team, We are constantly in play for playoff bursts. And if we're a playoff team, we're in play for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, you could take that as either blind faith, but to me, when I read into that comment when Jeffrey spoke, it almost felt like Jeffrey realized that a lot of the picks were maybe he had a little bit more of a voice in that war room than many were led to believe, and maybe it wasn't all Jeffrey did.
Okay,
and maybe Howie was just doing what he was told to do, and Jeffrey knew that. And Howie, unfortunately, has become the mouthpiece. There's a lot of ways you can kind of interpret it, but I mean, those are two ways you can look at it. Like
interesting Jeffrey
knew he kind of said, we want this guy, or it could just simply be blind faith because they've been together for so long.
When we had Mosher on yesterday for Football at 4, a lot of people had the conversation, where we were having the conversation about Howie Roseman and his relationship with people, the communication side of things, being able to relate and having that family vibe. And I just feel you could be so good at X's and O's of the GM, but if you don't have that relationship side of things, well, that loses a little bit of power of what you do. And I just feel like that is one really crushing area of Howie Roseman. You ask a lot of people around the league, and there's that miscommunication side of things. I just wonder how you feel about that side, the communication side, and how much value there is in that when you are a general manager.
You're right. And in any leadership position, no matter where you are in any company, in any franchise, doesn't matter. If you're not a good communicator, that's a very important piece to being a leader, being able to communicate, being able to relate. And he's not able to do that. And you start to hear different players say different things through the media. I mean, Orlando Scandrick was a classic example. We also hear a lot of chatter about how it's from former players. And, if you hear it from maybe one player who got released, maybe in Scandrick's case halfway through the season, you might think they had an axe to grind. But when you're hearing it from multiple people, I mean, they can't all be wrong. They can't all have, be out to get Howie Roseman, right? I mean, I think his lack of communication, maybe the way that he conveys things to players or doesn't convey things to players, withholds things from players, maybe telling somebody half the story and not the entire situation. I mean, that rubs people the wrong way. And you have, and like I said, when you're hearing this from so many different people over the past, even Chip Kelly, I think that you have to look at Howie Roseman and think, why is this guy still hold a position of power here?
Yeah, I mean, I am not a huge Roseman fan to say, hey, I think Roseman does a good job. He's not great. I think he's good at what he's good at. I'm of the opinion, Andrew, that the fans don't like him more for the way he looks, the way he talks, the way he's not a football guy. And because of that, it is manifest into he's the worst. And I want to get your opinion on, why is it that every national ranking, if you look at the power, like a ranking of GMs in the NFL, he is constantly in that top 10. So Are we so off base on this guy? Why is he so well regarded around the league and the Eagle fans despise him?
Well, he's well regarded around the league for being so cap savvy, being able to move money around, and just being a real master at that aspect of the job. But as you guys know, there's many facets to being a general manager, being a good communicator, being a good talent evaluator, and things of that nature. And those are areas where, when you're looking from the fans' perspective, they're looking at it saying, every week we're seeing a guy like Justin Jefferson go off, DK Metcalf go off, Jeremy Chin that was in the running for Defensive Rookie of the Year. All these players were sitting there when the Eagles opted to go in another direction, but they were all there for the taking when the Eagles were on the clock at one time or another. And you're starting to see teams build with all these young players. And now you're looking at the Eagles roster that's it's just old, it's talent deficient in many areas, and you have to rebuild. But they've had a lot of chances at this, and they don't have much to show for it over the past handful of drafts. And knowing how much power Howie Roseman has, you can only look at him and say, well, I mean, a big reason why we're in this hole is some of it's, player regression and things of that nature, and just natural regression due to age in certain players. But they don't have a ton of young talent on that roster. I mean, you can count on one hand, really, the guys you can consider bona fide blue chip guys that you're gonna move forward with and are gonna be a part of this team when they are ready to make that Super Bowl run.
Yeah,
I think when you look at it from their perspective, I think that's what they're saying.
I guess one interesting thing too is if we'd say, the Eagles might say, look, the guy built a Super Bowl champion. Why am I going to get rid of this guy? Well, you just got rid of the coach who also was the coach of the Super Bowl champion. So why are the dynamics different for Roseman than they are Peterson? I guess that is a question that can be kind of explored.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question. I mean, I do think that the fact that Jeffrey and Howie are tied at the hip and they're so close kind of clouded Jeffrey's vision. And I think it's easier to replace a head coach. And, every year there's head coaches that you wonder, how could they let that guy go? I mean, I thought he was good by all accounts. I think it's easier to kind of go through a new coaching regime instead of, identifying the actual problem and getting a GM, because let's face it, if Jeffrey has as much power as many believe, there's not many general managers out there that are going to be okay with that type of dynamic. I think he thinks he has a good thing going there with Howie, and why ruin it?
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. They'll have a new podcast out this week with more on this Carson Wentz. I don't know if it's going to be today. Let me ask you this, Andrew. If there was a mystery team, who would be that mystery team?
I think the Raiders would be a team to consider. Also, the Denver Broncos, perhaps.
All right. Oh, Denver Broncos. That's one that I threw out there. All right. Good stuff. Andrew DeCecco, DeCecco NFL, Football at 4. And, of course, he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Thanks, Andrew.
You're welcome, guys. Take care.
Always good. Really good football conversation with Andrew DeCecco here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And if you're watching the show live at 97.3ESPN.com.
What if it was the Raiders and you got Derek Carr in return? What would that do for you? Anything? Another stopgap guy, right?
It is. I had Derek Carr on back when he was coming out in the draft. He was the nicest human being ever.
He does seem like that.
He is like such a nice guy. But I don't know if I want him to be my quarterback.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
He had a good year.
Yeah, he has. He had that
like
one
the
year.
Wentz, where he had like the one big year,
Yeah.
and then he's kind of been like different afterwards.
Yeah. I wonder
what's his contract situation.
It's a good question.
I might have to take a look at that. Garoppolo makes a lot of money.
Big time.
That's why I'm not a big fan of, but, you're talking about 2 picks. By the way, Football at 4 brought to you by Dr. Lyle and Back. Everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery. Go to iloveLyleBack.com or call 856-MAKEOVER for Dr. Lyle and Back. Proud sponsor of Football at 4. All right, this is the Sports Bash. This hour of the show, by the way, it's brought to you by Prop Swap, where America buys and sells sports bets. Check them out online at PropSwap.com.
Looks like he's got 1 year left until he's a UFA.
2 years.
2 years left until he's a UFA.
Yeah, I don't know that I like that possibility.
Sadly, it might not be an ideal situation to get rid of this Carson Wentz debacle.
All right, we come back. We got more to do. We got do our headlines today. Got the Tuesday lines. Get into that. Coming up. Sports Bash. Don't go away. All right, welcome back. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Mike and Brodes. What's going on, everybody? We'll do our headlines in just a second here. But I wanted to tell you why I think – now, this is just random. I don't have any inside information on this. Just why I think the Raiders – not the Raiders – Denver could be like a mystery team. Okay?
Yes, hit me.
When you watch – first off, their quarterback situation has been a disaster since John Elway has taken over out there. They got Peyton Manning for a couple of years. They won a Super Bowl, and they haven't been able to find a quarterback since. I think John Elway is, I don't want to say dumb enough, but like he's made so many bad decisions at the quarterback spot. But he's also that, like, I think this is the end of the line for Elway. Like, he needs to find a quarterback. And I know he knows that Drew Lock is not that guy. So does he say, I'm going to take one more shot at this, and I'm going to go get this guy? Now, Denver, North Dakota, it's out in an area where it's very laid back. It's way different. It's a lot closer to home for him. I wouldn't be surprised if they're just kind of under the weeds and just kind of like, hey, how can we get this deal done? And boom, that would be the mystery team. John Elway looking at Wentz and saying, I see a lot of me in you.
I'm not disagreeing with that. If you're looking for an outside shot, it's definitely there if you lay it out the way that you did. But you also said that he's dumb enough to do it. He might be dumb enough to think that Drew Lock is the starting quarterback.
No, I don't think so.
No, okay. You're giving him a little bit more credit than that?
Well, he's been out there for 2 years. I think he's realized by now that that's not working.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that John Elway has made some boneheaded decisions, so you never really know. But I do know this, that UFC 257 was great. Now it's time to move forward and look into UFC 258. DraftKings is giving you 100-1 odds that either fighter in the title fight will land a punch. That's insane. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code 973 when you sign up. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. I hate to start off sad news-wise, but there were some deaths in the sports world. This year has been crazy. Yeah, I mean, Pedro Gomez, Schottenheimer, you got two. Brutal. I mean,
Schottenheimer was Andy Reid before Andy Reid, where he just was the guy who won all the time but never could get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's just so sad. It seems like the last 2 years we just keep losing the great people in this industry and all over. But the Pedro Gomez one, that one hit me hard. I'm like, wow, he was just one of the best. And that news kind of broke during the Super Bowl-ish. It was kind of a weird spot for it to just come out of nowhere, came out of left field. You know, you're watching the Super Bowl, you're hanging around at the party, and boom, before you know it, you get this news. Just terrible news.
I've had Pedro Gomez on the show many a times. The nicest human being that you would ever talk to.
When
just
you
such
see
a nice
him,
guy.
yeah, when you see him, it just screams baseball. He's just one of the guys. When you look at him, his presence, it's like baseball. It's baseball season.
It was very sudden too, right?
Yeah, it was 58, I believe.
Jeez.
So, yeah, terrible. But
Schottenheimer kind of hits me too because he's older and everything, but it was, I was a kid when he was coaching those Browns teams. And, you had the fumble, you had the drive. I mean, he was the head coach of those Browns teams that could never get over the top, but that were right there. And then he went to those Chargers teams. And Schottenheimer, he was the Chiefs coach. I mean, he always seemed like he was just right there.
Definitely. Always. Yeah. Now, for sure. It's always hard to hear this type of news, but we'll keep it with baseball with Pedro Gomez and go to the Dodgers. I know this happened a couple of days ago or so, but we never really touched on Trevor Bauer signing this crazy deal. First year is $45 million. The second year is $40 million. At the end of it, he'll probably opt out for that third year. He has an opt out after each year, and that third year is kind of nowhere even close to the first two, but willing to spend, go out and get a pitcher. You think the Padres making some noise made them even dig deeper into the pockets, or is this probably something they would have done anyway?
That's a good question. Like, did they look at the Padres and say, look, these guys are getting better. We got to do something here. They're still better. They were better than the Padres last year, although the Padres, inched closer to them this offseason. It's a good question.
It's going to be a hell of a division between them, Blake Snell, and you Darvish with the Padres now.
Yeah, I definitely think, though, that you look at a situation and say that Kershaw's getting older. I think Price opted out last year, right?
He did.
What's his situation?
That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, so they might, their guys are getting a little older. Some of their key guys.
They pretty much are, though, the Tampa Bay Rays willing to spend. I mean, they operate a very similar way. They have money to spend. When you think about the playoffs,
right, they do.
Yeah. When you think about the playoffs and the wild card, I mean, I think you can already kind of solidify maybe the Padres being one of those teams. So if you're thinking of, hey, can the Phillies slip into a wild card spot if they fix their bullpen? I think one of those slots is, and obviously they got to play the games, but in theory, the Padres are probably going to solidify one of those spots, you would imagine.
Yeah, well, you got the wild card option still, too. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're going to take one of those two if that's how it ends up playing out. Now, it does look like David Price has another year on the deal, 2 more years on the deal. So
I'm just saying he opted out last year for the COVID. I don't know that what he's going to do this year. Is that even going to be on the table? Are you going to be able to opt out again? I mean, I guess you could if you want.
I would imagine so, right? How can you leave that option off the table this year? If you feel uncomfortable during a pandemic, you would have to imagine that they would have some sort of way out of that for sure.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go to the NBA. The Kyle Lowry rumors are pretty interesting. How much is that a guy that if the Sixers acquired, you now look at this team differently of, hey, maybe they can get it done?
Sure.
Kyle Lowry is a nice piece to have.
There was a time, a couple of years ago, we used to have this conversation about Lowry and that he wasn't good enough. And I said, when he didn't have Kawhi Leonard, when he got Kawhi Leonard, he no longer had to be the best player. So my opinion of him changed. Before, when it was him and DeRozan, it was like him and DeRozan were like 1 and 1A. Yeah, I looked at him differently. But when they got Kawhi Leonard, I no longer looked at Lowry as the guy anymore, so he didn't have to have all that pressure on him. And I thought in that finals run, that was proven.
Definitely. And if you have Embiid, you got Ben, you got Tobias, and Kyle Lowry's like your Shake Milton off the being your sixth man. I mean, would you mess around with the starting 5, or would you take him in as your sixth man?
That's a good question. What do I do with him then? Right?
I think he takes.
Do I start him at the point?
No. What I think you do is you keep the 5 as the 5, and then he becomes Shake Milton, but he logs a good amount of minutes off the bench.
Yeah.
Then he could be your primary ball handler with the second unit. Danny Green goes to the bench first. Then you enter Kyle Lowry. Then you kind of move around the pieces a bit. But that's a move. There's very limited amount of moves where it goes from, I think this team, because of what the market is, if you add a 4, right, a backup 4, do I think the backup 4 is going to be the difference in this team winning a championship? No, of course not. But if you get a Lowry, that's the kind of move that I think is, that moves the needle a bit for me.
It gives you a veteran player who, by the way, has been in some big moments too. Like,
what's a fair price, though?
I mean, that's a team. They've played a little bit better recently. Like, they were a dumpster early in the season. They've kind of turned things around. Keep in mind, they're playing their games in Tampa, so that's a little different for them. They don't get their home. They've turned things around, though, there a little bit recently. I think they are the 8th seed. The last I checked, they're the 8th seed now. So, but I would imagine they realize they're not a championship team right now. So are they willing to say, all right, we're ready to move on from Lowry and kind of restart things? And, hey, in return, we'll take.
What if it took Tyrese Maxey?
I was going to say, are they going to say, we'll take Maxey? That was going to be my Maxey or Thibault. They're the two guys every time.
Yeah, well, if I had to choose of the two, I'd rather give up Thibault, even though he's going to be such a big piece to this defensively. I think he's going to be, you switch Ben Simmons goes to the bench, you get to throw Thibault on some guys. It's going to be interesting. We talked about the 3 in Brooklyn, right? Who would Ben guard? Who would the next guy guard? Having that versatility of Matisse Thibault off the bench is huge. Huge.
No question. I mean, I think it depends on the team that you're playing against, too.
The matchup.
How much the matchups play a factor for Thibault's playing time.
Yeah. I mean, someone mentioned to me, if you play some of these bigger teams, would it be worth throwing Matisse Thibault in the starting rotation to just defend one guy? And it's like, you lose so much offensively with the spacing that you gain in Green if he was the one to leave the floor, that I don't think that would be beneficial. I think Matisse Thibault is good in spurts, but if you're going to put him in the starting rotation, I think that kind of devalues what he does a little bit.
Well, his limitations on the offensive end, too.
Killer.
I mean, he would hurt the spacing with Joel Embiid and to some extent Ben Simmons.
Gill, if he had a 3-point
can't replace Danny Green with Thibault. And Danny Green plays good enough defense.
He does. I think about how great Matisse Thybulle would be. A guy that you can't take off the floor if he could just hit his threes consistently.
Sure.
Seriously, think about if he added a nice.
He'd be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I know. It's wild, and I haven't seen it doesn't look good. The jump from last year to this year, shooting the basketball. I haven't seen a good jump where I feel intrigued about that offensive shot really coming around anytime soon. You know what I mean, though? Kind of looks the same.
Yeah, it's very inconsistent. He's just he's an athlete playing basketball for the most part. He's not a great shooter. He doesn't have an ugly shot.
No, it's not ugly.
Just not confident in it, I don't think.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I could stick with the NBA. Did you think it was weird that Knicks went after Derrick Rose?
Yeah, I did. And you heard what Big Man on Campus said about how bad they are offensively. That's why they did it. I don't know. Are they thirsting so bad to get to the playoffs that they were just willing to say, look, we got to get a guy that can put the ball in the bucket for us because they're so bad. Offensively, they score 102 points per game. That is the worst in the Eastern Conference by almost 2 points. I mean, they are 102. Cleveland's 104. You're asking, all right, well, what do most teams score? Milwaukee, 120. Brooklyn, 120. Philadelphia, 114.
Are they always this high, though? Or is this
I think
nature
scoring
insanely
be
up?
Yeah.
Insanely up.
I wonder why that is.
No fans? Intensity might not be there?
Maybe. 102, by the way, it's the worst in basketball by far. You look at the Western Conference, the lowest scoring team in the conference is 107.
Yeah, that's brutal. And if I'm the Knicks, though, being how pathetic it's been, if you have a chance to slip into the postseason, even if it's faulty and you're the 8th seed, I think you got to be a little bit excited to maybe move this thing in the right direction, or is that a flawed way to look at it?
Well, I think some teams just need to, we haven't been to the playoffs for so long, we have to get there. If we have a shot, we got to get there.
It's like the Phillies.
Yeah.
It's been forever.
All right, I want to throw one your way. What about, we talked a little bit about this a while back, but Ron Hextall will be the new GM with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Your thoughts?
I actually like what they did. If I'm a Penguins fan, I'm actually intrigued. Brian Burke is, and I was kind of putting it in comparison to you off the air a little bit. This is equivalent to Brian Burke would be like Ron Hextall, and then they hired a Dave Dombrowski over top of him, where it's, hey, I'm going to make the decisions. And I thought Durso did a good job of explaining. It's sort of like he's going to be the one making the decisions to overlook Ron Hextall. But whether you like it or not, or liked him or not, and all the stories that went out afterwards was crazy for sure. He helped build this thing. The reason why you're looking at the Flyers with so much success right now and what they're able to do moving forward with these prospects, it was all Ron Hextall. So he did build a really nice culture here, and then unfortunately things happened. But to hire Brian Burke over him,
some things happen.
Yeah, that would make me feel a little bit more comfortable.
It's the most bizarre story ever.
Ever?
We're downplaying.
Would you rather have a 30 for 30 on Ron Hextall's tenure, the process of the Sixers, or the Eagles and Howie Roseman?
Hextall would be in there.
You think so?
Yeah.
He'd get no votes. It was bonkers.
No, but you want me to pull up that vote from yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely.
See where we stand? You can keep voting at 973 ESPN. All right? So we asked you yesterday, if you could make it 30 for 30, what would you rather it be on? The Sixers process or the downfall of the Eagles since the Super Bowl? All right, we got almost 60-40 right now. Over 200 votes in.
See, I was saying that because it's happening now, the Eagles would win, but maybe there's so much fatigue going on that it's I don't even want to think about the Eagles anymore. I'd rather see a Sixers die.
I don't know. I think the Sixers thing is that crazy.
It is, but I was saying this yesterday. I think because there's so much involved, it might water. I want to get into detail with this Howie thing. So it's going to be really detailed on that one subject of Howie Roseman. While the Sixers, there's so much there. You might not be able to dive deep into all of the sections because there's so many sections, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Last one. The Colts have announced Press Taylor is the senior offensive assistant one day after the Bears promoted John DeFilippo to pass game coordinator.
Do you see that there's maybe something going on here to attack Carson Wentz? I just hate the titles. The titles mean nothing to me anymore. All these passing game offensive.
Yeah, well, the new running
coordinators.
back coach that just got hired, he got the assistant head coach title from the Eagles.
Oh, I did not see that part of it. I just saw that they hired.
He got the same title as Deuce had. He's running back coach and assistant head coach.
Does that tell you anything? Or
It tells me, like, the people who were like, well, they made Deuce the assistant head coach. I think they just pick a guy.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. That actually devalues what I thought was so good about Deuce Staley's role.
Hey, I want to tell you about my friends at PropSwap.com. PropSwap, it's not new, but it's something that people really aren't all that aware of, I think. It's something where if you have a prop bet, let's say you go into the casino and you say, hey, I want to bet on the Dallas Cowboys to win the Super Bowl next year. And I picked them because they're 25-1. You could go into the casino, buy that ticket at 25-1 odds, and then next year, let's say the Cowboys get off to a 10-1 start because Dak Prescott's back and the division's so bad. You can then post that ticket on PropSwap.com and have people bid on it, and then you can sell it. So let's say you put $50 on that ticket. Well, you can charge whatever you want. It's a great idea. I use it all the time. I'm always looking for great tickets, great futures bets. I love betting futures. I have a great Durant ticket. I say great because I got in on it at plus 1,200. And now he's up to plus 750. So I could post that on there and sell you my plus 1,200 odds. It's PropSwap.com. Get involved today. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, and watch the show live on our website, 97.3ESPN.com. All right, 10 to the top of the hour, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, Mike and Brodes. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on our website, 973ESPN.com. You can do so a variety of ways. If you have Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, those platforms, you can watch the show. You can also put us up on your big screen with the Comcast voice remote. Just press that little mic button and say Sports Bash, and then stream us on your television. You can watch us there. I know a lot of places have been putting us on inside their establishments. They're very kind, very nice of them to do, and we appreciate that. If you haven't watched the show, you get a chance to see the guests and all that kind of stuff. We're going to be doing more as this kind of evolves, but it's been really cool opportunity to interact with a lot of our listeners, Brodes, because throughout the show, we get comments. We're going to put some of those comments up on the screen right now. Press Taylor is officially the Colts senior offensive assistant, so another Wentz guy there. Well, he got hired there a couple days ago, but now he's got a new title, shiny.
Yes, and it's funny, right? Like, if the Colts offense does well, do we perceive Press Taylor any differently, or do we all just say, oh, it's just a product of Frank Reich anyway? Because he was a hot topic here. Oh, he stinks. He's horrible. Well, if they go to Indianapolis and it succeeds, what do we say then? What does the fans that hated him, what do they say, kind of thing?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah, especially if Wentz is there. I was just saying in general, but with Wentz there, it even intensifies that.
Do you care if he goes there and has like a big year?
I'll be honest with you.
Anywhere?
I'm rooting for that to happen. I want to see him succeed, to kind of stick it to the Eagles front office a bit. I do want that to happen.
All right, some more comments. Everhart24 is watching on YouTube. Because we have way too many other needs than to be drafting a quarterback. Well, quarterback is the biggest need you always need to get filled. But I told you yesterday, I'm so frustrated that you have to go back down this road again to look for a quarterback maybe. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Hurts.
I'm with you, and I think that's fair, though. We're kind of up in the air. You saw some intriguing things. You also saw the second halves be completely different, but we also only saw him with one coach. What if Nick Sirianni is a guy that can maybe untap into Jalen Hurts a bit?
Frank Romanelli is watching on YouTube. What's up, Frank? Says, why do Wentz and Roseman not get along? Why so much bad blood? Just because of Hurts? I don't think it's just because of Hurts.
No way. There's so much that is probably happening behind the scenes that we have no clue about.
Yeah, I would think one thing is that one of the reasons why they might not get along is that Checo brought up about how his communication skills might not be great.
Well, here's one that just came to my head when you were brainstorming there. Zach Ertz. Anything like rubbed them the wrong way, that Zach Ertz was treated a certain way, and maybe that started, or maybe there was something that happened before that, but you know how close Ertz is with Carson Wentz. And look, it's a business that shouldn't really bother you to that degree, but maybe because you're looking at a guy who was so big and such a big part of Carson Wentz's success, you're going to treat him the way that you did. Maybe that rubbed Carson Wentz the wrong way. Maybe that started it. Maybe that was just in the middle of it, but there's got to be something to it, don't you think?
Probably. I would think that, right, the communication issues with others might have, because Wentz seems to be that guy. Like, you talk to my buddy the wrong way, and that rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, this is a crazy spot that we're in right now.
Also, Nowhere is watching on YouTube. I don't know where he may be, but he says, when will they end this Carson when will they end this Carson trade? This is awful as a fan.
By the end of the week.
You think?
By the end of the week. Yeah, I think now they're in this territory of there's some cat and mouse game going on right now between the three teams involved.
Yeah.
And I think eventually it'll get worked out in the next couple of days.
Javier says, send Wentz to Chicago, get a first round, and bring Foles back as a backup. That's been floated out there. John Clayton brought that up. I don't think I want anything to do with Foles being back here again. I don't think I can handle that.
I agree. That's where I'm with you. I don't think I could handle it with this city.
Because the second Hurts doesn't play well, if that happens, then what? Oh, go to Nick Foles. You know how bad Foles was last year? He got benched for Mitch Trubisky.
He's getting thrown here because his contract is so bad and he can't play.
You know why Foles was in Chicago? Because he got beat out by Gardner Minshew. Right?
Yeah, that's hilarious. You're right.
I appreciate what he did here, but he stinks now. And Doug Peterson's not here to get the magic out of him. All right, it's the PT on the other side. Tuesday with Thompson. Don't go away. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'll have the basketball game on the website coming up.
COVID-19 unavailable list that day. At Monday's practice, Sanheim was the only Flyer unavailable, but a new positive test within the team has forced this postponement, according to reports. The Flyers also had their games against the New Jersey Devils this Thursday and Saturday postponed as the Devils deal with an outbreak that started approximately 2 weeks ago. The Flyers played the Devils on January 26th and 28th. The Devils currently have 19 players on the NHL's COVID list. Barring any additional scheduling changes, the Flyers will next play on Sunday when they face the New York Rangers, but all is subject to change at this time as the league navigates this situation. With this 97.3 ESPN Flyers Minute, I'm Kevin Durso.
The radio home of the 76ers.
Into the lane, reverse windmill jam. Are you kidding me?
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ-HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig sitting in for Mike Gill. He's on his way to a high school basketball game. You can see the game on 973ESPN.com. I am back today. I wasn't here yesterday at all. So there's a topic that we have to get into that you and Gill talked about yesterday that we have to discuss today, Brodes. Just letting you know that.
I'm nervous.
You should be.
Okay.
What I'm surprised about is for those who are watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and I don't know why Pete Thompson just dropped off the feed.
He comes back in.
Yeah, Pete, I don't know why Pete's pressing buttons, but so here's the deal. And I think Pete's pressing buttons because he thinks there was a reason why his mic wasn't working, not realizing that I actually muted his mic because I was trying to make sure that I had the audio, the music playing without Pete's microphone on at the same time. So I'm going to put Pete backstage until he figures out his situation. By the way, you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter at 973 ESPN, 973ESPN.com to get in on the conversation. All right, PT's back now. Now, Pete, I think you decided to leave and come back for whatever reason, but before you decided to go away, as I was trying to mute the music, see, Pete T threw me off here. I'm blaming you, Pete, for this situation. Because I'm bringing the music down to bring you up. And then you decide to bounce in the middle of that. So thanks for nothing.
I'm on my phone, and this is new for me. So let's see. Am I staring in the right place? I'm on my phone. I have no idea how this sounds. I don't have any earbuds in. I don't have any headphones on. I tried to connect on I'm at school. I tried to connect on the computer at school. And of course, we can't go to anything that's not authorized. So therefore, yes, at the very last second, even though I was like, I've got this great camera here on my desk at school. No, I have to use my phone to do this. So do I sound okay?
It sounds clear to me.
Yeah, it sounds beautiful.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm here. And that's if I went away, I apologize. And if I go away, I apologize.
Okay, well, all right. So here's the deal, Pete. First of all, what I was going to say before you dropped off is we're all wearing red. This was not a coordinated effort on our parts, but it just happened to be that we're all wearing red shirts today, sitting here on the Sports Bash as you watch live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. So, Pete, thoughts?
Your shirt I've seen. Brodes, what are you rocking there? I've seen yeah.
We'll give a little shout out to Plattsburgh State, some D3 hockey.
Okay, and mine, I would call this ACIT maroon, although it's not an ACIT sanctioned shirt. It's just a shirt that happens to match one of our two school colors. So yeah, again, not a coordinated effort, but I do think we all look mighty fashionable.
Well, speaking of shirts, PT, what shirt is Carson Wentz going to wear next year? You think it's going to be the Colts? You think we're going to lean a little bit with the Bears, or is there an outside squad that you're thinking is possible?
I don't know about the C. I don't know about the outside squad, but I was thinking Colts until somebody threw back Bears, and then the Bears have been hot and heavy. Look, the bottom line that I think about Carson Wentz leaving is, really? Like all that, and really? You fire the coach, and that's what you're going to do? Then you're going to bail as well? Listen, you can take Scott Rowland. You can take J.D. Drew. You can take guys like Sidney Crosby and other hated people and move them off the slate, because Carson Wentz is instantly going to become the most booed Philadelphian or Philadelphia athlete, former Philadelphia athlete ever, right? Come on. It stinks. I don't know any other word to say.
Josh, do you think that he's just going to get booed ruthlessly here?
Oh, I think he'll be booed, but I don't know about how ruthlessly it'll be. Only reason I disagree with that part, Pete, is because I think that the fans, as time goes on, they'll kind of get over him. Like Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz is the ex that you had strong feelings more in the moment, and as years go by, you just kind of forget about him.
Well, PT, what about the hatred for Howie? Do you think, because there are fans that still love Wentz, and it's more of a Howie thing. Do you think the hatred for Howie oversteps the Carson Wentz hate? So you don't boo Wentz, you boo Howie?
I mean, don't you guys, isn't it possible that there's a situation he goes somewhere else and has success, and then you hate him even more? You know, why couldn't you have that success at the link? And look, I understand you want to blame Howie. I understand Howie has some blame, but look, Howie is like the owners of the Phillies used to be before John Middleton, when you had no idea who owned the team. Howie's not a guy you can really do anything about. Like, what are you going to do? Like, throw eggs in his mailbox? It's COVID. You can't go out without a mask on. I mean, come on.
Pete Thompson joining us for a Tuesday with Thompson here on 97.3 ESPN. You watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Josh Henning filling in for Mike Gill for the final hour of the show, along with Hunter Brody here in the Matt Black Kia studios on 97.3 ESPN. Pete, let's go down that road a little bit with the Bears thing. Is there anything more ridiculous? And I mean this as sincerely as possible. The fact that the whole world was making assumptions about Wentz's career future based on people who were not NFL reporters. I literally wanted to punch the wall on Saturday night because I'm thinking the whole world is losing their mind because people who don't even cover the NFL, they're not reporters.
Yeah.
I have sources telling me. Well, who are you? Why don't we ever listen to you?
Right. Who are your sources? Hey, how do you think Tariq Cohen felt? Right, Tariq Cohen just sitting there, wherever he lives in the off season, maybe having a bag of Pringles and and a beverage, right, or some other snack food, right, he's just chilling. It's off season, he can eat whatever he wants, and then there's Tariq Cohen, and his phone starts blowing up with all his mentions and stuff, and he finally has to tweet out, "I'm not going anywhere. I don't know where this is coming from." Like, I feel bad for that guy, and the truth of it is that we know this too in sports. He's tweeting that out, and a day later, he could be the guy that's the guy. Now, that hasn't happened yet, but I mean, it's a little craziness. I mean, look, the Bears are supposed to be involved. The Colts are supposed to be involved, right? Until it happens, I'm not getting worked up over it, because you can't get worked up over something that hasn't happened yet. I'll certainly react when it happens. I know this. Normally, I write my column for Shore Local on Mondays. Pretty sure today's a Tuesday with Thompson, right, boys? So I actually asked for an extension, thinking that the column, like maybe by the time, if I wait an extra day, Carson Wentz will get moved. He hasn't been moved, but I did get the Flyers COVID/Ron Hextall Penguins storylines out of it. So maybe that waiting an extra day wasn't totally off the mark.
PT, how do you feel about the Ron Hextall move out? Him and Brian Burke. I think that's a good duo. Like, as a Flyers fan, you look at the Penguins, and I actually kind of like that front office. And I know he had the downfalls here towards the end. I think that's why Berkey's above him, so to make sure that doesn't happen. But he is a big reason why this team is where they're at right now.
Burke is the surprise X factor there. He's 65 years old. He's been a general manager and a success before. It didn't seem like he was going to come back to hockey. Hexy, you knew, wanted another job. And listen, Ron Hextall, if you're listening, and I know you're not, don't try to control the size of the plates for what they eat, buffalo wings. And by God's sakes, don't keep the damn alumni out of the NHL locker room. If Bobby Clark wants to get in the locker room to tape his skates on a charity event, let him do it. I mean, come on.
Well, that was to me the biggest problem of all problems with Hextall, is that when it came out that he was such a control freak, I was like, wow, good thing this guy isn't here. And maybe you're right, Pete. Maybe there's something to the fact that hopefully he learns from his mistakes, because I don't think anybody in this area, Brodes, has ill will toward Hextall, right? Like, I don't think anybody's like, oh, I hate that guy. I think people were just like, wow, that kind of ran its course, right?
Yeah, I would say so. And I think now that you're actually seeing the product on the ice grow too, it makes it a little bit less of a crazy story. If this team was a disaster, PT, I'll ask you, if this organization was a disaster right now, would we look at the Ron Hextall era differently? Now it's like, oh yeah, so what? Chicken wings, who cares? Look at this team. If it wasn't that way, we'd probably look at it differently.
Yeah, and I'm with you. You know, he brought in good talent. You know, even Nolan Patrick looks like he's going to come to fruition now as he's starting to play and get healthy. You know, Carter Hart is probably going to go down as Ron Hextall's greatest triumph, right? Because that's a franchise-chasing goalie that he was patient on and didn't try to rush through the system. Hextall always preached patience. And look, I think, you know, I'm a little bit jealous. Envy would be the right word. That Pittsburgh now, no disrespect to Chuck Fletcher, but Pittsburgh now has Hextall in general manager and has Burke in president of hockey operations. You don't have one good hockey mind; you have two. And I don't think you could ever have enough good talent evaluators. I mean, that's in any sport: basketball, football, hockey. It doesn't matter. Baseball.
But you got to admit, there's a part of you that's like, did it have to be the Penguins, right? There's a part of you that says, why did it have to be Pittsburgh? Like, of all the teams in the NHL, you couldn't have left the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, his last job was the Kings, wasn't it?
Did you see? Yeah, he had a couple different jobs with the Kings. He helped build the Kings Stanley Cup teams. Then he left. Then he went back to the Kings in like a scouting role. You know, you can always go home to LA, I guess. But did you see? I thought I tweeted this out. You know, on one part for me, I'm like, oh, I'm happy. Nice job, Hexy. That's great. He got a job. Oh, Pittsburgh. Like, why don't you just kick me in the gonads? You know what I mean? Like, just go to Winnipeg. You know, go to Buffalo, go to some team that we don't see and we don't give a bleep about. Why do you have to go to the Penguins? Come on, Hexy. Oh man,
maybe he did that. Maybe he did that to kind of stick it to the Flyers, though. Hey,
wasn't it his daughter who had those like scathing tweets after he got fired in the first place?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
I think that's technically his niece. See, the Hextalls are like Crescenzo's in Hamilton, you know, or like McLaughlin's at Mainland. I mean, there's a bajillion of them out there. So when you just see the last name, you gotta do the family lineage and figure that out. Yeah, I think she works in broadcasting too. But she was. I remember what you're talking about, Josh. She was none too pleased when Uncle Ron got fired. Needless to say, he's going to be in Pittsburgh. Good luck to him, except for all the times that he plays in Philly.
Yeah.
I was going to speak of the Flyers side. The two latest names to be added to the COVID list are Giroux and Braun. So people can go for more details about the Flyers game, not played tonight or the rest of the week over at 97.3 ESPN.com. But Durso and multiple reports, our own Kevin Durso and others reporting now that it's Giroux and Braun who are joining Sanheim on the COVID list. They didn't test positive, but they're just on the list. So let's keep that delineation there.
Yeah, that's the clarification. Just because they're on the list, they're not positive. But here's the thing. The Capitals, remember, they had their own thing, and that came to be that the Russians on the Capitals had some hotel room party or something like that, maybe a lot of vodka, who knows. But they were having a little get-together in the room there, and that's where the COVID came in. And so when you saw that the Capitals
Pete, that's the thing. That's the thing. None of them had COVID. They violated COVID protocols.
There you go.
That's the difference.
Yeah, well, either way, there's not going to be hockey this week, and Hunter and I are none too pleased about it.
Yeah, that's the truth. It makes no sense. You score a goal, you all hug for 5-10 seconds, but you can't be in the hotel. And I understand the protocols and all, but it just doesn't make sense.
Well, it's funny you say that because that's what Durso and I were talking about over the weekend. I was having a texting conversation with Durso about these protocols, and I'm like, it feels like the NHL just make it up as they go along. It's like at some point you're like, guys, like, other leagues have rules and they're not having these problems and you are. What are you doing?
Well, a lot of these leagues are having issues. They just go in spurts. NBA had it for a while, baseball, and they just come in spurts, come and go. But since there's no hockey, PT, are you staying up late for the Sixers 10 o'clock swing? I highly doubt it.
Oh, yeah. No, I tell you what, I stayed up late for the Super Bowl. And even it was a boring game, but we stayed up late to see the Gatorade color because we bet in our house who was going to have the color Gatorade. You know, Michael went first, and Michael bet yellow, and I said it's green, and he said it's yellow. And then we had a fight about whether it was yellow or green, and it's both, really, because it's a lemon and lime, and a lemon is yellow, and a lime is green. Okay, that discussion's over. Then his friend Bronson bet blue, and we all kind of rolled our eyes like it's never blue, right? So then I bet red, and here we are, all rare and red, right? I was excited for red, and my girlfriend Susan bet orange. Well, I mean, Bronson is like stealing money like a villain. He comes over to our house, he eats all our food, he watches a nice game, and then he takes $30 with him because he had the right color blue. It was blue.
It's never blue.
The color of the pen that I hold in my hand is royal.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, since you brought up the Super Bowl, PT, 7th Super Bowl championship, Tom Brady.
He's the GOAT. I mean, do I like that they cheated when they played us in Jacksonville? No, but the guy's good. Jesus, is he good. Give him his props. You know, I mean, what a storybook season. Anybody that's out there complaining about the refs or saying that that wasn't pass interference, you're being ticky-tack. You know, I mean, come on. Todd Bowles' defense, the Temple alum, that was the story, you know. I mean, Patrick Mahomes did everything he could, including throwing balls like horizontally in the air, and it hit guys in the face. You know, that's another thing, too. A couple Chiefs players, the ball went right through their hands, hit them in the face, right? You know, I mean, those are touchdown passes that should have been caught. So, to me, you know, Tom Brady's unbelievable. Give him his props. He's got more Super Bowl rings now than some teams have, right? You know, he's the most. He's the GOAT. Period. Exclamation point. Mic drop. Sorry.
Now, that being said, Pete, this was the least watched Super Bowl in total viewers since 2006. I got to say, I'm not surprised, though.
I saw that, and there's a bunch of reasons there. It was like 94.6 million or something.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? It's still the most watched event at all year.
Sure.
It still has the most eyeballs. All right. Doritos, you blew your 5.5 million. I don't know what the heck you're thinking. That Matthew McConaughey commercial was stupid.
It was.
Bruce Springsteen, get off my TV and sing. Don't try to tell me about a church in the middle. Okay. I kept waiting for a political thing to come up. What are you talking about? I'm telling you, I thought it was a political ad, and then the Jeep logo came up. I almost fell out of my chair. So some ads were good, some ads were bad, but 94.6 million, you know, listen, the people that like to write the hate comments of, I'm not watching, or, you know, whatever. Come on. That's the one event that everybody watches. And I watched, and, you know, 94.6 other did. I don't care. I don't care that it was low rated. I watched it. I'll watch the next one, and I'll watch the one after that.
I'm glad you brought up the commercials, because I don't think you and Gill talked about this yesterday, bros, when I tuned in a couple times. But, you know, to me, the commercials, aside from one, were lame this year.
Yeah, it always is. Sadly, it's like, because this is how I see it. They don't, because it's so expensive, and with social media and how you can push your message across, and we're talking about the ratings being down. Is it worth X amount of money if you can use that money or significantly less in other areas to push the same message?
Also, it doesn't help that your halftime show is a guy that only a small demographic of people actually know who he is. Listen, I didn't watch the halftime show at all.
Did you know who The Weeknd was, though?
I know who he is. I know one song by him, but he's not for me. Now, last year, when it was J-Lo and Shakira, I was fully invested.
Whoa. I mean,
bet you were, John.
Yeah, you too, PT. I bet you were too, PT.
No, but that's the point. Like, his audience was so limited. Like, your halftime show has got to be more than just a guy that the regular Joe only knows one song. Like, I'm no music savant.
Can anybody tell me why during the weekend's halftime show all the guys came out with jock straps on their faces? Can anybody tell me why that happened?
My knowledge, what I heard, the people I was associated with watching the game were saying that apparently he accepted some award and he had surgery, so he wore something similar on his face. So then in his act, I guess those guys, the people dancing, all wore something similar that he accepted an award with.
I read that online.
Yeah.
I cannot take credit for that joke. That's what my 82-year-old father said to me last night when I called him. I said, well, what'd you think of the halftime show? He goes, the hell were those things on their faces? Were they wearing jock straps? It looked like they had their underwear on their faces.
I'm here for the memes and the GIFs afterwards of him the captions of him looking around that one trippy room that made me feel uncomfortable, and you put a funny caption on top. That's priceless.
Arizona Coyote.
Well, they used that same meme when CBS, boo on you, CBS, you jerks. How about 120 cameras and they didn't show the Gatorade dump? How do you miss that? You had 120 cameras. Oh, that's right, because Tony Romo and Jim Nantz were too busy talking too long about nothing. Shut up and let me hear Tom Brady.
Wait, speaking of Tony Romo, did you see that there is a screen? Yeah, what happened there, PT?
The lights are on automatic sensor here.
Okay. But did you see that Tony Romo at one point after a commercial break apparently had a little drop by his, like maybe he went to the bathroom and shake well enough, and there was a little drop in front of his pants right there on the broadcast. Did you see that?
Well, I wasn't. No, I was probably looking at my phone at that point.
Yeah, it's funny. It's going around Twitter. Hey, maybe He was probably running back from the break, like, oh, we got to get back, and didn't take care of business clean enough.
Yeah, right.
My goodness, that's awful. Good. Sorry for Tony Romo and his leakage.
Tuesday with Thompson, Pete Thompson joining us here on 97.3 ESPN every Tuesday on the Sports Bash. I'm Josh Hennick, filling for Mike Gill on his way to a high school basketball game. You can watch the game at 97.3 ESPN.com along with Hunter Brody live at the Bat Black Kia Studios. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, where you can see the PT wearing the same colored shirt brand that the three of us are. We're all wearing some sort of red today, and we did not coordinate. This was not a purposeful move. I promise you that. Pete, the guys ran a poll yesterday, Brodes and Mike. And of course, we got to talk to you about it. So, the 30 for 30s, they had the Al Davis one, which I honestly was underwhelmed with this year. I was disappointed because to me, a 30 for 30, Pete, is I'm going to learn something from this. And I didn't really learn anything from it. So I was disappointed. But Brodes and Mike asked yesterday, the poll question at 97.3 ESPN. People still have how much time? They still have about a day to still vote in this. Would you rather have which 30 for 30, Pete? The entire process, the hits, the misses, the injuries, the burner, or a 30 for 30 about the downfall of the Eagles from winning the Super Bowl to how Howie Roseman played a role in everything, Doug Peterson, Wentz, etc. Which 30 for 30 does intrigue Pete Thompson more?
Well, I would love to see the one on the process. I'm going to start by addressing that because I would love to see, what they could do with the animation to doctor up the Hinkie manifesto that came out and what they could do to, show some backdoor dealings. And, I would just love to see that program. I think that would be fascinating. However, I think that the one that would get more votes would be the one for the Eagles, and it's not written yet. Look, you can't do that 30 for 30 yet because we don't know the conclusion. We don't know the end. But both of them would be captivating to me. The Eagles one, especially, if you could get some quotes down the road about what was actually said, create some sort of, recreate some sort of scene where Doug tells Carson that he's not starting, and Carson says, bleep you. And he says, but wait, you're a Christian. And he says, all right, bleep God, or who knows? I mean, I'm just making this up off the spot. But, I would love to see some 30 for 30 that's compelling like that, with that sort of scenario of what really happened. The Sixers one would be more likely because that one I think you could do. That story is further along. We know more about the result of that. And there's things in evidence now, like people have seen parts of the letter that Hinkie wrote, or this, 7-page, 11-page letter. That one I think would be sooner out, but I'd watch both of them. Look, I haven't seen the Al Davis one yet. You didn't ruin it for me. I appreciate that, Josh. It's in the DVR. If you say that it's not that good, okay, maybe I'm not that excited to see it, but I know this.
You should still watch it, but just don't get your expectations too high.
Okay, so it's not going to be as exciting as The Last Dance with Jordan. It's not going to be as awesome as Four Falls of Buffalo. It's not going to be as outstanding as the greatest 30 for 30 that's out there, and that's NC State Survive and Advance. Every time that one comes on, I sit there and watch it again and again and again. Like I don't know the outcome. It's like why you watch Titanic. Like you don't know the boat sinks, right? I watch Survive and Advance. I know who wins, but I still have to watch it because I just love the camaraderie of those guys.
Here's the reason why you should still watch it, Pete, because it actually has good entertainment value. The style of the presentation was very creative and unique. And I think for someone like you who appreciates this as you're with your TV background, you would appreciate what they're doing with this.
I'm looking forward to that. And then also keep in mind, I watch a lot of these with Michael, and Michael's 24. So, when we watch stuff like this, he has no idea that it went to the levels that it went to, wait, Al Davis sued Pete Rozelle. Pete Rozelle hated Al Davis. Wait, who's Pete Rozelle again? Wait a second. Who's this Upshaw character? Oh, he was the head of the union. There's just all kinds of stuff and little caveat with that. I'm just guessing that that's in the Al Davis one, but there's stuff that, and my favorite thing that happens when we watch these programs is Michael will ask me a question and I answer it, right, about this is what happened. And then he looks at me and he says, are you making that up or did that actually happen? And more often than not, I'm making it up. And he catches me on my BS because I can't remember because the thing happened 20 years ago. And I don't know how he has that sixth sense to know that I'm just pulling one out of my butt. So sorry, I'm not a walking Wikipedia or walking memory of every sports franchise, every fact, and every date.
Well, I at least appreciate the fact, Pete, that you can give me a good movie reference, unlike Brodes and Gill.
Yeah, no, Mighty Ducks, Gordon Bombay.
You don't even know the movie he referenced earlier.
No.
Liar, liar, Jim Carrey.
Oh, yeah, I knew that. Of course
Now
I
he
knew
said,
that. No. I know Liar, Liar. I mean, that's historic. That's actually my family movie. We always go back to Liar. That was in my top 5 when we went and did the top 5s over the pandemic.
Everybody's been so nice to me. Well, that's because you have such big.
Yeah. I mean, I want to scream. Mama. Come on now. I know it. I got it.
Just a great movie.
Yeah, it is.
You vindicated yourself. Pete Thompson, Tuesday with Thompson here on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, Pete joins us every Tuesday. He is live on the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter from the classroom. Pete, I'll let you get back to work so they don't turn out the lights on you again.
That's right, boys. All right, we'll talk to you on Friday from my house.
Pete Thompson every Tuesday here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig, Hunter Birdie, hanging out with you. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. The 5 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Bernie Robbins Jewelers. Shop the Valentine's Day sale now at BernieRobbins.com. Also, Tuesday with Thompson being brought to you by AmeriSave Mortgage. Lower mortgage rates means more savings. Find out more info at AmeriSave.com. Yeah, bros, we got to talk more about that 30 for 30 next, because I have a very strong opinion on that, and you may or may not agree with it.
Should I be nervous?
I don't know if you should be nervous. I'm not trying to hurt you.
So this doesn't relate to what you were talking about before PT came on, or is this the same conversation? Because you said you had a bone to pick with me and Gill.
It is a bit of a bone to pick, but it's not specifically with you. It's more just with the topic.
Okay. I'm excited.
All right.
And nervous, apparently.
By the way, shout out to Jeff Bone and Pookie over watching on Facebook. I'm sorry, on YouTube. He says, "What up, Josh? What up, Jeff?" He also says, "Shout out to Brodes over here."
So I got the third shout out.
Well, I think he just got to you second because he wanted to make a comment.
I don't know how I feel about that. Should I demand that I'm before you with the what up, or does it not matter?
I don't think it matters. I mean, it's not like you wrote it like 10 years apart from each other. It's not like he noticed you later.
All right. I got a bone to pick with him, apparently.
All right. Well, that's between you guys. Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. But don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Seattle City.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
This
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennick filling in for Mike Gill. He's on his way to coach basketball. Call high school basketball game. You watch the game at 97.3 ESPN.com. Along with Hunter Brody live at the Matt Black Kia Studios on 97.3 ESPN. And you know, Brodes, just because the Super Bowl is over doesn't mean you can't still, throw a little shekels on a couple things, right?
That's right. And as a UFC guy, I can't wait for this matchup. I've been waiting for it forever. UFC 257 was great, and now it's time to move forward and look into UFC 258. DraftKings is giving you 100-1 odds that in the title fight, either fighter will land a punch. That is correct. You heard me right. 100-1 odds in the title fight, each fighter will land a punch. That either each fighter. You only need one of them. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code 973 when you sign up. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We'll get to see your comments as well on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Streaming the show live on 97.3 ESPN to get in on the conversation. Also 609-403-0973 is the text. We'll get a couple comments before I get to the 30 for 30 stuff because we do want to hear from the people. I wanted to get to this. Dr. Philly had a comment here. And I'm not going to get to all of them, Dr. Philly, but I'm going to go to the one that had the most juice to it. All right. So Dr. Philly on YouTube commented earlier and said, Stafford's career QBR was 89. Wentz's career QBR is 89. Stafford had way better weapons. Wentz is younger than Stafford, basically saying there's a difference in their value. And I think, first of all, you can't use QBR as a great measure for quarterbacks because do you know who had the highest QBR in Super Bowl history?
Who is it?
Phil Simms. Does anybody listening to the sound of my voice think Phil Simms is the greatest quarterback in Super Bowl history?
I'm going to go with no.
No, of course you don't. See, here's the problem. And Dr. Philly, you might be a super nice dude. Maybe one day we'll have a beer when this is all said and done.
He's a doctor.
I'm not going to have a beer with a doctor.
No, I'm saying if he's a smart guy, he's a doctor.
Well,
he wouldn't just make that up. His name's Dr. Philly. You can't just say you're a doctor if you're not a doctor.
Yeah, you could.
No, he's got to be one.
You've seen his degree. You know his credentials.
Of course. But go ahead. Rip him apart. I'm excited for it.
Listen, Dr. Philly, you might be a nice guy and everything, but let me tell you something. QBR don't mean nothing to me. Just like wins and losses are not the end all be all. What you're trying to say is that Wentz is better than Matthew Stafford is like trying to say that Bradley Beal is better than Klay Thompson because Bradley Beal happens to score more points per game. It's not apples to apples. Matthew Stafford played on a franchise with a garbage offensive line, with a horrible defense, and I'm supposed to sit here and act like Wentz might have more value? No. And don't forget, part of the reason why the Rams gave up all they gave up to get Stafford was because they had to take on Jared Goff's contract too. So the situations are different. The quarterbacks, the players are different. And by the way, Matthew Stafford was considered a while to be injury prone as well.
I do think the Stafford thing is interesting, and it's very hypocritical because I'm not saying you specifically. I'm saying more in a general sense. There are people out there that look at Wentz and they looked at what happened this year and they say, like, it's all Wentz. It's all Wentz. But we all know that the offensive line was brutal and the weapons are bad. With Matthew Stafford, he's not winning playoff games. And everyone says, well, he's a good quarterback. But the reason why he's not successful is because the organization's bad. It's a poorly ran organization. And I just find it hypocritical that one guy, it doesn't matter about all that stuff. The other guy's a good quarterback and the organizational flaws matter so much. And I understand that there is a difference in the two situations, but I do find it to be hypocritical.
Well, for me, and like you said, I'm not saying this, but for me, the reason why I don't go down that road that you described is because to me, I try to take the people with good with the bad. You can't say Wentz is one thing and Stafford another thing or vice versa. For example, Stafford is top 10 in the NFL in the last 10 years in fourth quarter comebacks. Great. He's a guy who gets you back in the games because his defense stinks. But at the same time, he also has the third most interceptions thrown in the fourth quarter over the last 10 years. So you got to take the good with the bad, right? It's the Brett Favre effect. Brett Favre, he's going to win your league MVPs, get you a Super Bowl, but he's also going to throw that horrible interception that makes you want to kill yourself, right? So Wentz, he's not Stafford, but Stafford isn't Wentz. And I think sometimes we get so carried away with trying to make it all match. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. This Matthew Stafford thing fascinates me because there's a little bit of me, and I'm a Matthew Stafford fan. Like, I'm rooting for him to succeed in LA with Sean McVay. Like, I really want to see how he does in a different organization. But I do wonder if there's a little bit in us that's overvaluing him. I do feel like he's put on this pedestal of he's great, and he was in one organization that was so bad, but he's great. And I wonder if he's just a really good quarterback. I wonder if he's just a really good quarterback, but he's not great. He's a weird quarterback to me.
Listen, there was a worse quarterback who was also drafted number 1 overall, who went to a new franchise, and he won not 1 but 2 rings. His name is Jim Plunkett.
How about that? That's your football knowledge. You roasted me over the weekend because Billy asked me a Super Bowl question where it was like, who was Super Bowl 16's MVP? Bill, come on, dude. How am I supposed to know that?
I think that would be Terry Bradshaw, but
and you came at me and go, bro, you don't know your football NFL history.
It was a basic question. Like, it was not that, it wasn't as deep, it wasn't as complicated.
It was the first Super Bowl MVP. So who won the
Bart
first?
Starr.
Yeah, I did not know that off the top of my
Bart
head.
Starr won the first 2 Super Bowl MVPs, actually.
But I don't think that that's as common knowledge as you make it out to be. You are good at, you're good at history in terms of all of the sports, like really deep
I am
down
the sports geek.
Yes, you are in a good way. So I don't think that that's insane common knowledge where it's like, I can't believe you didn't know that.
Well,
and if it is, shame on me.
I'll give you a question that most people don't know. All right. There's one man who's won the MVP of the Super Bowl who was not on the winning team.
I do not know who that is.
And most people don't.
Yeah.
Chuck Howley of the Cowboys.
Oh, okay.
Most people would have no idea.
Yeah.
That's a question that Billy asked you. I've been like, come on, Bill.
Well, he
You're
was in the
ridiculous.
options of the most rings before the top. This is the thing. Billy didn't even know that this list was out of date. So he asked me, did any game go into overtime? Any Super Bowl go into overtime? And I said, yes. And he goes, no. But me not pushing back, he's like, okay, he's got the answers. But I'm like, wait a second. There was one. I knew there was. So I went to break, and then I'm like, Billy, there was one. Check out this thing that you printed out. Because the Patriots just did it to the Atlanta Falcons in the crazy comeback. So I'm like, you're wrong. So then the next question came up, who had the most rings? I'm like, well, it's Tom Brady. Oh, that's not an option. Billy, what do you mean that's not an option? He has the most rings. So we had to go with the second most rings. And Billy's list was outdated. I said, Bill, this is why we don't use newspapers. This is why we use Google.
Well, it's funny you said that because Billy came to me before the show on Saturday and said, I need you to give me questions. Then I come in here Saturday morning. I got questions. Well, I just spent all this time. Oh, we could use your questions. Well, it's a good thing we did because now I find out that Billy's questions were out of date anyway.
Yeah, he used it on me. Oh, man, how about that? Unbelievable. Now I want to hear your 30 for 30 point.
All right, we'll get back to the comments. We got a couple more comments. We'll get to Big D and Will on Facebook. Also, Joey D on Facebook and YouTube as well, and Twitter, watching the show, 973 ESPN. So here's my beef with 30 for 30. So I kind of led on this a little bit with PT earlier. To me, a 30 for 30 is a documentary that's going to teach me something. I'm going into a 30 for 30, going to learn something I could have not gotten anywhere else, right?
Yep.
Like, for example, when the documentary came out a couple years ago, the 2 Bills, Parcells of Belichick, that was incredible. But part of what made it incredible was we had never seen Belichick and Parcells in the same place at the same time telling their side of the story. I mean, that was like my eyes, TV, not moving. Let's go. You know, to me, that's a 30 for 30. I feel like I pretty much know the most of the process at this point. Like, between Yaron Weitzman's book that you guys had on, it's Tanking to the Top. It's a great book. Between the accounts by people who cover the team, like Keith Pompey, who's been on the Sports Bash numerous times, and other people's accounts of the situation, and also Sam Hinkie's own words. He did a podcast recently. It was almost a 2-hour podcast, and he gave his side of certain parts of the story. I feel like I kind of already have an idea what happened. Like, What am I really going to get from a 30 for 30 about the process? Whereas the Eagles situation, I got questions, man. I need to know who's been in charge, who's calling the shots. Is Howie Roseman really in charge? What is going on here? I need answers. Was it Jason Kelsey's speech? Was that legitimate? Or was that just him being drunk?
Yes.
Right?
Him being drunk.
But like that, those are things that we can say our opinions, but I need a 30 for 30 that's like a two-parter, a part one, a part two, like the Michael Vick one, to sit me down and be like, I don't have some of the answers, and I want to see Howie Roseman and Doug Peterson and related company with microphones on their shirts, with their hands on their laps, saying, let me tell you a story. I'm in for that. The process, I've gotten most of that information already.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good perspective on it, and I feel I tend to look the same way at it. A lot of the stuff with the process, while it would be interesting, it's not as if it would be like some failure. You do kind of know what happened. Okay, Embiid got hurt. Simmons got hurt. They did not play. Like, okay, the burner accounts, that might get a little interesting. Was it the wife and what happened with Sam Hinkie with Adam Silver in the league and all? But you, for the most part, like, okay, they won 28 games the one season Embiid played. Then they came back, and we kind of saw it play out. So while it would be more detailed, and it would be a fun watch, it's not as if it wouldn't be.
Right, I wouldn't hate it.
Right. We're looking for answers on what's happening internally where we will have no sort of information ever unless we dive deep. You mentioned the guys sitting there with their hands folded with their mics. Hopefully it's not an Eagles production, because that would make it look, this is great. Like the Eagles, the way they try and sucker you in and give you a bunch of you-know-what. If this was an Eagles production 30 for 30,
it can't be Eagles production.
Glory would be all behind Howie. Would look like he would look like Jesus.
No,
at the end of it.
we need Ken Rogers
Yeah.
or, oh my goodness, who was the guy? Who was the guy who did the Miami one? Oh, it's going to drive me nuts.
Well, it's similar to, I'll just bring up the Eagles thing, because even when Nick Sirianni got hired, right, and they put out that one with Dave Spadaro, you could tell how produced it
Billy
was.
Corbin.
Okay, yeah, it's another good one.
I need someone who's going to dig deep.
Definitely. Yeah, like the Eagles, when Nick Sirianni was interviewed for the first time, Dave Spadaro and the Eagles produced it. I mean, it's so fake and flawed, and they're frauds. It's so hard to watch anything related to that. You need to get real deep into that from others outside. But Lori wouldn't do that. Howie wouldn't do that. That's the problem. You wouldn't get the answers because, they wouldn't admit anything that's going on here.
No, they won't, and that's part of my issue. Part of my issue is that, with the Sixer situation, I have understanding. I want an expose on the Eagles, because every day I go on Twitter and I see at least one person spouting ridiculous stuff online. And to me, this is an opportunity for everyone to turn around and say, we have documented evidence that you were wrong about something. Because I feel like there's so many bizarro theories out there about this stuff. It's not grounded in reality.
Yeah, but I don't blame people for, like, if an individual is hearing from their sources that the Eagles and the Bears are talking and X is what is on the table, I do not blame that individual for saying sources tell me this is what I'm hearing. Because
I don't blame a person who's reputable, who is known. Schefter, Mosher, Kaplan, Rappaport, Garofalo, Pelissaro, Graziano, fill in the blank NFL reporter, right? Peter King, Albert Breer, I'm thinking of other networks, right? Other platforms. The person who is putting the information out on Saturday night is not a reporter. They're not an analyst. They're a radio personality.
No, I don't have an issue at all.
I have a huge issue with that.
If she's connected with people inside and she's hearing that information, I don't blame her at all.
What is her track record that we should believe what she says?
She has her sources. That's all that matters. She has her.
That's not good enough for
Well,
me.
that's what journalism is, Josh. Journalism is having your sources, and then you trust your source to put out the information. Moshe has a source. Adam Kaplan has sources. Their sources.
But they have a track record of saying, I can trust this person.
She was on the Rager News. She has a track record.
She wasn't the only one on the Rager News.
She had sources that claimed Rager, and things worked out that
way. You know who had sources before that? Mosher had those sources before she did.
So what? That doesn't discredit her. I think that's a little over.
No, but my point is that you can't just run with one person reporting something. I need people to corroborate it. And people were running with one person reporting something.
If that source is strong enough to her and she feels that it is, well, then she is okay. She did nothing wrong. In this business, if you have a source, it's not like her source is
my
Joe
problem
Blow
isn't
on the
her.
side of the street.
My problem is everyone running with it.
Well, because it's a legitimate source saying something about what is about to happen. And if it doesn't work out that way, it doesn't mean that was never in the conversation.
But the problem
That's why I
is-
have the problem. If it doesn't work out the same way she wrote it out, that doesn't necessarily mean she was wrong. She heard from a source, this is what's on the table. If it's not what ends up happening, well, there's a lot of days in between where teams work things out.
I need corroboration. I need multiple people.
But then you're
reporting
upset
something.
with journalism. You're not upset with one person. You're upset with how journalism is in 2021.
Well, of course I am upset with journalism, how it is.
Okay.
Because I run into people all the time who ask me questions. I ask them, where did you get this information? And they tell me, and I say, well, that's one person.
But that's how journalism is. You get your sources, you listen to your sources, and then you relay
I
that
know how
information.
journalism
But I'm
works.
just saying, like, I don't understand why I don't understand why a one person on Saturday night should be getting backlash, because she is. And I don't understand why that is. I see it totally different. I think everything she did it the right way. She did it how you're supposed to do it. So I don't have a problem with it at all. That's just my personal opinion on it.
She's getting backlash because the perception is that she was wrong. And even if it's proved that she's right, people are always going to have that perception of her.
Why would it be wrong, though? What would make it wrong if she heard that this is the package from the Bears at that time? That's all it's saying, is at the time, this is the package from the Bears. What would make that wrong, though? I don't see how that's wrong if that's what is happening at that time. You know how many times trade offers change, right? I mean, it's all part of it. They balance it, they counter it, they try and work with it. So if that's not the case, it doesn't mean necessarily she was wrong at the time. I just don't have a problem with it. I don't understand the backlash.
Well, we're going to be adults and agree to disagree.
That's
How about
fine.
that?
That's fine. I can do that.
He's Hunter Brody. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. That argument is being brought to you by East Coast Roofing, Siding, and Windows, serving all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up. Visit them online at eastcoastroofing.com. We'll wrap up the sports bash coming up next, and I'll be on for another hour for game night because there was no game night last night. I'm on the air for 2 hours tonight. How about them apples? Back with more next.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Simmons with a quick move down the lane and a left-hand jab. So Simmons very aggressive early on.
The Sixers are in Sacramento to face the Kings tonight. Coverage begins at 10 p.m. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN.
On some models excludes Corvette with GMF financing. Excludes prior sales. CDL.
Josh Hennig, Hunter Brody here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill on his way to a high school basketball game. You can see the game. Mike Gill on the call on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, 97.3 ESPN.com, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. We're here with you. Well, Brodes is here for one more segment. I'm here till the next 7 o'clock hour, 6 to 7, because game night's coming up next on 97.3. I want to get a couple comments in here from the viewers on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. I want to first get to Big D. We have Big D chiming in on YouTube. He says, does Howie Roseman get fired after this next year if we don't do anything successful, not making the playoffs?
Ooh, I don't know, because this organization sort of committed to this is going to be a little bit of a rebuild, a retool, right? I mean, they said this is what they claim. I mean, take it for what it is. Doug wanted to win. We wanted to go in another direction. So do they have time? Did that buy Howie Roseman time?
I think it did.
I think it did too.
You hire a new head coach, you usually get an extra year.
What if it's a 2-win season? Because when we say they're going to have a down year, I'm thinking 6-10, 7-9.
Right.
You know what I mean? What if it's a 2-win season or something disaster, like a bad disaster?
That would be tough to get around.
Yeah.
We got Will also watching the show. He asks, who is the best quarterback in Eagles history, Foles or McNabb?
You know, majority of people are going to say Foles.
Most people are going to say Foles, but guess what? Foles only did it for 2 years. McNabb did it for more than 2 years. So I kind of have to leave McNabb. He's got more wins. He's got more touchdowns. He's got more passing yards. He's got a little bit more on the resume.
It's McNabb.
Foles just has the 2 years.
Is McNabb a Hall of Famer?
No.
The Hall of Fame conversation with you is always a fun
I love the Hall of Fame
I know
conversation.
you do. I know you do.
Well, listen, I'm going to be with you in a few days again, so why don't you put that in the back burner and we'll get to that. How about that?
All right, sounds good.
He's Hunter Birdie. I'm Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill. I'll be coming up next, game night on 97.3 ESPN. Jason Blevins talking Sixers at 6:20.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin on 97.3 ESPN.
Coming up Wednesday, we're full steam ahead on an off-season locomotive. We'll answer each team's most pressing questions. Do we have our franchise quarterback? And what's the solution? Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin, Wednesday, 6 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. Weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.